Please remove your hat if you can. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly you hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the bombers singing through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines as they all Well, thank you so much for our national anthem, for our opening for our 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. I'm here in the press box with Brian Pierce from Texas. Brian and myself, Chris Johnson, we'll be calling all the shots here for our 2025 King of the Motos. And we're ready to start. And let's rifle on the roster. Brian, take over the dark stripes. I'll do the light stripes.
Well, I think that I'm excited, and we'll see what happens here in about 3 minutes. We're going to be going live at 10 a.m., so I know we're going to go through the roster just a little bit. But once we've got that live feed, we're going to make sure that we jump to that. But yeah, go ahead and get us started there on some of the on the light pro stripes, as you mentioned.
David Camo, number 37.
Number 90, we're going to have Justin Rimley.
Robert Cornwell, number 158.
Number 101 is going to be Devin Fernaro.
Gwen Winsel, number 5.
Number 16, Gene Derrick.
Robert LeBlanc, number 513.
Number 169, Anson Maloney.
Dylan Santoro, number 80.
And then Dylan is a great follow on Instagram, Psycho Enduro. We're going to be bringing that on screen here for you guys just in a little bit. Number 25, though, is Kowalo Huddy.
And to finish up our pro roster, number 492, Dustin McCarthy. Okay, We're about 30 seconds out for the start.
That's
The start for Saturday work week. Those of you following our live stream at King of the Hammers YouTube, we'll be going live stream here in just a moment. 15 seconds to go.
Go back to Pam for the next flag drop. Oh, we got lucky on that one, huh?
Brian and myself will try to keep up with our checkpoints as well.
At least we're not in.
Follow up on our yellow brick. Now, for those of you listening online, our yellow brick is a transmitter that picks up a satellite device at the back of our racers. Each one is registered to that particular racer. And if by chance they do have a situation, they can press a red button on their yellow brick, which will show that they need assistance. Now, if a rider goes down and another rider comes across, that particular rider will take the yellow brick with the down rider and press the red button to indicate that there is a problem. So a yellow brick is a great safety device for all of our racers, but it's an added entity to our racing program because both Brian and I, and for those of you following yellowbrick.com, awesome. Okay. We are lined up right now on our screen. It's our pro lineup. So who's going to be rocking it through up there at the back door starting area? What do you see there, Brian?
Well, we know that the pros just went off. We will see our second line going off. We know that they have a very wide open area that they can choose to go from. So you're going to see some flags there on that first hill that they're climbing up. There's obviously the flags on the right are going to be as far as they can go right. The flags on the left are going to be as far as they can go left. And it looks like we've got a Husky trying to figure out who that rider is, of course. Just shooting his way up that hill, and now others are trying to find their way. Problem is once bottlenecks start, one rider loses momentum, dust gets built up, it is extremely difficult to know where the heck you're going.
Tumbling dice. Now, you, Brian, being yourself a hard enduro competitor as well.
I'd say enthusiast more than competitor, but sure, we'll go with it.
Well, you do in the 40-plus class. We know that. And that's 40-plus A. There's no slouchers in that group anyway, so we do have to give you a little bit of that.
Well, we're old dudes now. We're testy, right?
God, you know, it's so funny. Brian and I were talking about that the other night. And, I'm 66. I'll be 67 in a couple of weeks. Time goes by so fast, but you think, I can do this and I can do that. And as you get older and older, these things that you think you can do, you can't do them. It's kind of scary.
Yeah,
But,
it's such a cool shot, though, as they make their way up to the top of that hill. You can see some of the riders starting to work their way onto the 11-mile course. We are going to have some drones out there, which you can see right now. Of course, we're going to have some longer shots. Oh, look at that. That is just awesome to watch those guys come back down the other side of that starting hill that they were there fighting their way to get to the top of. And another part that we haven't mentioned too much about this race is this is a GPS race. So racers are going to have either one or two GPSs. If they have a second one, that is typically going to be a backup for the racers. So they have a course on that GPS that they are supposed to follow. Now, as this event has evolved throughout the years, Justin, who is the promoter and the race director, has learned they need to have some arrows. In the long run, they are not trained rally racers, so they're not out there every weekend practicing GPS navigation, but they are following a course, a track on their GPS system, and that is how they're navigating through that. So they've got 2 laps on this 11-mile course. We are expecting the pros to be around 45 minutes and then be coming in after that. And racers today have 4 hours to get to the finish line with a couple checkpoints out there that if they don't make it before the cutoff, their race will be over before they get a chance to make it through the entire 4 hours, if that's what it takes.
Well, Brian, it looks like a little bit of an update right here. The leader of the pack through our yellow brick, seems to be the number 2 Yamaha of Cody Webb. No surprises there. The 777 of our Hawaiian, Kamakana, we have to get his name, Kahalupapuna, I believe it's pronounced. He's running second right now behind Cody Webb. No, actually, it's the number 39 of Will Reardon. Heads up the parade. Then it's Cody Webb. Then it's Brandon Petrie. And the 4th spot will be Dustin McCarthy, the 492. So the young rider out of Australia, coming to bounce between Australia and the United States, kind of taking hard enduro seriously. Will Reardon, 22 years of age, he is on the gas leading the parade here for our quote-unquote Saturday portion. Some call it prologue, some call it the Saturday portion, but it's for qualifying for a good spot tomorrow there at Chocolate Thunder.
And the yellow brick that Chris is mentioning, y'all can also watch that at home. So there is an app that you can get in the Apple or the Android store, and it is YB Races. Then you can find the King of the Motos 2025 race feed there. Now it does update about every minute. So we are trying to use that to the best of our ability to be able to give you guys live updates. Obviously sometimes things aren't going to update. This is GPS, so it's satellite. So if they are in a canyon, it may start to get a little off kilter. So don't kill us in the comments too much, but that's what we're trying to do by bringing you guys this live updates. But if you want to do that, you can go to YB Races app in the App Store, and there is a URL that you could get. So of course, Ultra 4 Racing on Instagram has shared it in their stories, but in case you just want to listen and type it in, it's cf.yb.tl/KOM 2025. And that way you can find the yellow brick tracking that we are trying to leverage to show you guys what is happening out there. But you are right, Chris, it does look like Will Reardon on that Sherco is out in front. And we just got an awesome update, so it looks like number 77 and then Brandon Petrie, but I'm sure behind Cody Webb, behind Will, so there are a couple other racers that are moving and shaking, trying to catch up to Will Reardon. Number 77, like you said, Kamakana.
Yeah, so it appears the number 99 of Brandon Petrie will be running in that 4th spot behind our Hawaiian. But Cody Webb, he's taking a smooth line. Now we have on our yellow brick printout, we have both a red line and a green line. Well, it seems most of our riders are running on the green line, and I believe that is a road that parallels our course. Brandon Petrie right now doing about 23.2 miles per hour average. And let's see about our leader of Will Reardon.
So we're back at the start with one of our other classes going off, and what we just saw on screen looks like Caden Windy, number 36. He is in the A class, so we know that he's out there, but that is even an A racer, right? One of our experts out there just taking a little bit of a breather as he's hanging out on course, trying to get the muster to keep going again, because this terrain is pretty tough. It's really slick, it's really dry, and if you lose your momentum, it is very tough to get going again, especially if you lose that momentum on a spot where you need to have momentum and traction to get up any of these nasty hill climbs here in Johnson Valley.
Well, we have an interesting update on our yellow brick right now. Of course, Will Reardon leading the parade, but now sliding into that 2nd spot, the young rider out of Page, Arizona, on the double nickel. It's James Flynn now
yes,
sliding
buddy.
into the 2nd spot. From what we can see here, now we have a little bit of an update on the yellow brick, and actually what happened was a glitch. Cody Webb is still running 2nd, Reardon in the lead, our Hawaiian rider in 3rd, and it's still Brandon Petrie, the number 99, in the 4th spot.
Yeah, James Flynn, number 55 that you were mentioning there, Chris, he actually spent a lot of time in Canada riding trials with Tristan Hart. And we're going to get to the Tristan Hart here update in a minute, but it was really cool to listen to James Flynn at the press conference talk about what he learned riding trials bikes in Canada. He said that trials in Canada is just different. It's so much more slick. There's so many more routes, and then the elevation is very quick, and there's a lot of it. So he said he actually learned a lot about creating momentum, as we're talking about on these trials bikes. Sometimes they're going to come to a stop. They've got to build up the RPMs in the engine. They've got to kind of put pressure on the rear wheel and then throw all that weight forward, that momentum, and try to get traction to move forward, right? And they take that technique and then bring it over here into hard enduro on those big bikes. But he got to do that with Tristan Hart. But as we know, Tristan Hart injured himself. So Chris, talk to us about his injury a little bit, and I'm going to bring up my email where we got some pictures of Tristan Hart's injury.
Quite the wild story, Brian. You know, 2 weeks ago, Tristan was working in a gym, and he's using barbells, and he's swinging barbells. 30-pound barbell is what he's using on one of his hands, and he swings it back to go put it down, catches another barbell between his index finger and the barbell he's holding, and smashed it and broke his finger, and he had to have surgery, had it sutured up, and had the finger repaired. That's his index finger on his left hand for his clutch finger. And for those of you that ride know just what I'm talking about. Some riders are 2-finger on the clutch, some are 1. I'm a 1-finger guy, but my index finger, it feels screwed up on my left hand, it would be horrible. So we getting that pulled up there, Brian? Oh, look at that on the screen. He also smashed the other 2 fingers as well, but didn't break them open or break them. But his left hand is very, very sore right now, and it's only 2 weeks out from the initial injury.
Yes, and then we got another line going off. You can just see that the riders that know they've chosen their line, they know where they want to head, they want to get out front and make sure that they don't get caught up in the dust, they don't get caught up in a bottleneck, and if they're going to screw up, it's going to be on their own terms. But momentum is key. You can just see the second a rider loses that momentum and then they give the beans a little bit on the clutch and the throttle, that roost just starts to kick out, and by that point they've already lost that momentum and they've lost that traction.
Well, we have a new third place rider right now. Brandon Petrie slides into the 3rd spot, gets by the Hawaiian, and still Cody Webb in 2nd, and Will Reardon leading up the parade.
Look at that dust, Chris. So when we were here last year, we had a lot more moisture in the ground, so it kept that dust down and honestly gave some guys a little bit more traction. But just there's a great shot of a rider with 0 momentum, just a hope and a prayer, trying to put some weight on that rear tire and make it up this rock face. But that spin out right there is not where you want to be. But he's doing a good job of at least trying to understand that you need to rock back, create a little bit of that momentum, so once you rock back, get to that pivot point, push forward, and then release the clutch, release the throttle, and try to move forward. Now his dog paddle technique is not the best, but in the long run, sometimes that's just where we're at on the trail. It's okay.
Well, looking at our yellow brick right now, flicking numbers show James Flynn running in the 2nd spot behind Will Reardon, and then our Hawaiian in 3rd, but our previous screen showed just the opposite. In fact, it's cleaning up now, and Will Reardon, of course, from Australia, and his his dad Brian and his brother. Brother is a great Grand Prix racer, man. He came out and did some cleaning. He decided to go back to Australia. Okay, here we go. Some pictures of Will Reardon.
Yeah, so Will got the call when Cody Webb saying not going to re-sign with Sherco. Will got the chance to sign a 2-year deal. And as he got here in the Johnson Valley area, they got on the bike, took some great pictures, and he is ready to rock and roll. Look at that U-Sway gear that he's got on. He was able to pick up a couple other personal sponsors as well. And he went back home to Australia and was able to get on a Sherco there in Australia, which he says he normally doesn't like to do. He likes to go home to Australia, spend those 3 to 4 weeks with family, and not get too much on the bike. But knowing that it was going to be a new bike and he had to really figure out what was going to be happening, he had a chance to get one on there in Australia. So it's cool to see. He says that he likes how playful the bike is. And he's actually, even though it's a carburetor and he hasn't been on a carbureted bike in a while because he's been on Austrian bikes for so long, he's actually really happy with the way that it's working and loves the low-end torque that the Sherco 300 has to perform.
Now, I wonder what's going through Cody Webb's mind right now, because Will Reardon is way out front ahead of him. And, of course, both of those guys have checked out of the building, but got James Flynn in tow in that 3rd spot on that double nickel from Page, Arizona. So, you know, it flipped them back another 5 or 6 spots just now. I don't know why. So I'm following off the yellow brick, and we're watching on our live streaming some of the terrain some of our riders are going through. Now, I believe these are some of our C riders coming into our mix. It's probably start number 5 or 4 or 5 at least.
Yeah, there's quite a few different classes out here, going from the professionals all the way down to the amateurs in the C class. We even have a 4-stroke class, which is cool to see. But now that I've been riding a 4-stroke again for the past 2 months after being on a 2-stroke for 7 years, I do not want to be out here on a 4-stroke. I want to be out here on a 2-stroke. I want to be out here on a 300. I want to have a grunty motorcycle that I can lug around. And I tell you, the 350EX gas that I'm on now does not want to lug. It wants to go high revs, and it wants to go as fast as possible. So the guys on 4-strokes out here in the 4-stroke class, good on them.
Oh, it's a handful. Plus the extra weight of a 4-stroke. They add another 10 pounds to the average 2-stroke weight. It looks to me on our yellow brick right now that Cody Webb is closing in on Will Reardon, coming into some more technical areas just on the backside of backdoor. So Reardon's still in the lead, Webb in 2nd, and our Hawaiian on the 777 in that 3rd spot.
I just saw number 2190 there on the line getting ready to go off. That looks like it's Graham Kobark in our youth 12 to 15 class. So that's what's even cooler, is not only do we have a couple women out here, we've got some industry peeps, we've also got our youth class, so 12 to 15-year-old. Can you believe at 12 years old, if you were practicing hard enduro, that you'd be coming out here one day and, you know, another 6 to 8 years competing in 20s of that many years of hard enduro riding, how phenomenal you would be on that motorcycle. So Cody Webb right now on the screen, as we were just talking about him looking like he's catching Will Reardon a little bit. Big changes for him this year on his, not just his bike, but his entire program. So as he decided to leave Sherco, what he would do is he actually put together his own factory privateer team. So he does have factory support with the bikes that he's riding, those Yamahas from Yamaha. But a lot of his other sponsors that you can see are going to be Rocky Mountain, ATVMC, MSR gear. But what he's done with this YZ250 is he's working on an electric start from one company, but then different hydraulic clutches as well from other companies. Now with those, currently right now, he is actually not running the bike with the E-Start. So even though there were a lot of pictures that got posted out around yesterday that he'd be riding that bike, that is not the bike that he's riding. There's a little bit of the way that the hydraulic clutch and the E-Start work. That clutch is different than the one he has on the bike that he's riding with the kickstart. And just the functionality of it, he said, isn't just as pristine as what he likes from the one that doesn't have the E-Start. So they're still working the kinks out on that one to make sure that it can function the way that he feels is going to give him the best capability. So we got Kickstart Cody out there this weekend on that YZ250. It is not a 300. That's not a lie. It is still a YZ250.
Yeah, I was talking to Cody's mechanic yesterday. I said, yeah, why don't you get a hold of one of those Yamaha no lean 300 or 360 kits? That would be pretty cool. Hey, our top riders in the A class right now. Maxwell Wiggin leads the parade there for our A expert riders on the 111. Devin Stevenson, 115, is in second. Maverick Thaxton, 125, in third. The 127 of Hayden Laughlin in fourth. Hayden Guest, 129, in fifth. Tegan Warnick, number 131, in sixth. Boogie Rivera, 150, in seventh. And eighth place is Michael Udell, 151. That's our top 8 A riders right now.
And it looked like that rally bike that we saw, that huge adventure bike that we saw on screen, was 29:02. And if that was the number that we could see there on screen, that is Radic Burkhat. It looks like he's in the industry class, so he's not going to get any points. But he is out there on, looks like one of the very large KTMs. He's even got his rally shield, so we know that his GPS is definitely protected. All right, so we've got our leaders on screen. It looks like we still have Will Reardon there in the lead, Cody Webb in second, James Flynn in third, and they are on the further part out of lap 1. So they have made the turnaround and they are headed back. So they're probably about halfway. And if that is the case, then we'll be about that 45 minutes for the pros. Now they will have a little bit of a different course for lap number 2, but it's just kind of a cutoff. So they'll ride about 3/4 of lap 1. And there will be a little bit of a cutoff for lap 2, be a little bit more challenging as well for everybody. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. But right now, Will Reardon doing a great job leading this first lap of the Saturday qualifier for the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
Now starting to tighten up the real estate, Cooper Abbott in that 5th spot, trying to roll his way through. But look at this, Brian. The real estate between our leader of Will Reardon and Cody Webb is getting tight. So we got a possible reel in on the overall lead, and we got a race going on right now here for our quote-unquote prologue.
One of the riders we were just watching ride up the start hill there, 2080, Dylan Neiman. So that was one of our lady racers, and she's also a big help with Trailbound Ladies on Instagram. If you guys haven't followed them, it's a great place for ladies to come together that are either riders, hard enduro enthusiasts, things of that nature. So make sure you check out Trailbound Ladies. But Dylan is an awesome rider and racer. It's been fun to follow her journey with her boyfriend there, Chris, as well, who helps run Trailbound. So that's a cool effort that they have put out. We know last year Chris was injured, but he is out there again this year. I do not remember what class he's in, but I'm going to look that up. We'll find out his numbers so we can see if Chris from Trailbound, how he's doing out there on the course.
Well, it appears Will Reardon has stretched out his lead a little bit further again over Cody Webb. And still the 777, our Hawaiian, Kamakana, Waialoa, Kahalapuna, I believe it's pronounced. Yeah, Kahalapuna, is that correct? Close, thank you. And my apologies if I've massacred his name too much, but I'm sure he gets this all the time. But he's doing a great job, man, right now, running 3rd place on that 777, and he's on a Katoon. Of course, Will Reardon, our leader, his teammate Cooper Abbott, also on a Sherco. Cooper, son of Destry Abbott, many-time National Hare and Hound and veteran enduro cross champion, and a big condolences to the Abbott family. Of course, losing Charlotte just recently, the mother of Cooper and the wife of Destry. And she gave a very, very strong fight over the last couple of years. And you know, God bless her, and she's just a big part of our racing community and sorely missed. Wow, look at this, Brian. Looks like Will's actually stretching it out a little more over Cody as he comes down back into the valley off the butte, just on the backside of back door over there.
Yeah, that does look to be like it's the number 2 of Cody Webb there on screen, which is great to see. I would love to talk to him after this to find out how the bike's riding, how he's feeling on it, the hydraulic clutch, and how the power valve that he's put in there. There's just so many questions. And also during the interviews yesterday, he let us know that he actually has a 360-degree mechanical rim lock that he's been working on with Nitro Moose, the new tech guys. It is vastly different from anything out there, but it's more of a mechanical version of their tubeless inner tire system. So he's able to have a little bit of air. He's able to have a bib moose and that locking 360-degree mechanical rim lock. And of course, now we see what happens when you lose a little bit of momentum there in those loose rocks here at King of the Motos.
You know, it's so hard, you know, a long off-road race, and you're struggling and you're trying to maintain a good composure and a good momentum all the way through. But the moment you drop the bike into the dirt and you got to pick it up, it sucks all the energy right out of you. Now, some of these riders, poor riders, dip their handlebar in the dirt, a dozen, 15, 20 times. Man, that is so hard. Every single time you pick it up, it's taking more energy out of your program.
Yeah, and being able to make sure that you have great hydration and nutrition for days like this is very important. You know, a lot of racers back in the day would be like, I like to race on an empty stomach because I don't want to throw up. Well, we've got things like liquid carbohydrates now. So a lot of drinks that are out there that racers, they can put supplements into their hydration pack. They can plan beforehand. They can, the idea of carbo loading isn't just eating a big spaghetti dinner the night before. It's actually building up throughout the week of adding 100 calories here, adding 100 calories there. So you're getting in, extra 30, extra 60 grams of carbohydrates, maybe days leading up to the event. So you start to make sure that the glycogen inside your muscles is actually topped off. That's what we want to do when we're doing carbo loading. It's actually typing off the glycogen stores that we have in our body. That will then get turned into glucose so that we can use that for our energy. But of course, when you're out there for 2, 3, 4 hours, that's going to be depleted. So what they do, but again, putting different supplementations into their hydration bladders allows them to not only get in some water, so for that hydration aspect, they can have some electrolytes to make sure they can try to keep from cramping so that their muscles at a cellular level can continue to function properly. But then also, they're getting that glucose in, sometimes even fructose as well, to make sure that they can continue to have a blood glucose levels that are allowing the body to not cavitate and take over the muscles of the body. Because if we start breaking down our muscles so that we can get glucose from there, we're kind of on the back side of things, and that is when bonking happens.
Well, it's so funny, Brian, right here in Johnson Valley, 51 years ago this weekend, I was my very first motorcycle race. It was the Desert MC Winter Classic is what they call it, and it was out in Amboy. Actually, it was not here in Johnson Valley. Johnson Valley right now is the Desert MC Classic over on the other side of the hill for the National Hare and Hound opener. But 51 years ago this weekend, I started racing. Pretty crazy. Time goes by really fast, I tell you.
Well, 51 years ago, Chris, I don't even know that my dad and mom thought that they were going to have me.
I know.
At 45, though, I feel it. It's fun. I'm glad that I'm still getting a chance to ride and getting a chance to race and come to awesome events like that and try to keep some of the stoke alive of those getting seat time.
It's pretty funny. Brian and I were talking about this, and Miles, myself, when we're talking about different events that we do. I have a whole list of pretty good ones. A Day in the Dirt I get to do at the end of the year, and I got to announce Mammoth this year, and the World Veteran Motocross Championship, and the California State Motocross Championship and the Cal and the Fall Classics. Got a whole lineup of motocross stuff, but my off-road stuff, this is the premiere, and I'm sure glad to be at the end of the microphone on this for King of the Motos.
You were mentioning that Cody Webb looked to be catching up to Will Reardon. So if we look here, this is kind of what we're seeing for those that maybe aren't checking out what's going on with the yellow brick. So you can see we've got number 39 here, Will Reardon there on that Sherco, and then Cody Webb there on that Yamaha. And so Cody Webb has started to catch up there, that number 2. But you can see here we talk about the kind of canyons that they're going to crawl through. With that canyon, that's where we start to lose a little bit of signal. So as we get deeper into some of those canyons, there's a lot of ore in the minerals. We can just see that little update that's happening. But again, looks like James Flynn is in front of Webb. But so did that happen? Is that just a GPS thing? This is where it gets a little tough, and we want to bring you guys the best information that we can. So we try not to go overzealous on it, but in the long run, it gives you guys a look at what we're looking at. And we were talking too, there's a lap 2 involved. So you can see a lot of the racers are headed this way, heading off towards lap 1. So lap 1 is this red line that takes them up over to the very top of this section. And this is where you'll see it's going to be a little bit more technical on this lap number 2. We're going to come up the very top part of this ridge and then join back with what they went through for lap 1 right over here. But let's see. We've got Will Reardon working his way. And I'd say he's probably got just about over a fourth of that lap left. If we zoom out just a skosh, we'll be able to see here how much he's got left. So, yeah, you can see all the racers still hanging out in this area, working their way through the very beginning of lap 1, while Will Reardon is working his way there to this checkout here, this checkpoint, excuse me.
You know, as I mentioned earlier, Brian, about James Flynn, his dad, Jim Flynn, is the promoter for the Page Rough Enduro, or Hard Enduro, I mean. And he just finished in doing I believe it was a Hare and Hound out there in Page. Unusual terrain out there by Lake Powell. And that's the training ground for the double nickel of James Flynn. And currently running in that second spot, sandwiched between both Rear Reardon, our number 39, and the number 2 of Cody Webb. Y'all participating in our live streaming, do us all a big favor and check in on your smartphones. Let all your family and friends know King of the Motos is happening and you can watch it. And there's a premium stream that's available through King of the Hammers. And you can also run the regular stream with the commercials, but you can run without the commercials on the premier sign up. So I encourage all of you to sign up on the premier stream for King of the Hammers here for this weekend for King of the Motos. Well, Brian, it looks like the number 39 of Will Reardon has stopped and Cody Webb has gone on by. So we have a new leader here on our quote-unquote prologue. It's actually the qualifying round for tomorrow. And Cody taking his YZ250 out to other limits. And Brian has a special announcement for us today, talking about 2 strokes and 4 strokes. So, Brian,
Yeah, let me bring that up. So speaking about 2 strokes, right? It was a big deal when we saw Cody Webb announce that he was going to be, riding a Yamaha 2 strokes. It's like, wow, that is insane. But one of the things that we just saw is that Kawasaki USA announced today that they are bringing back 2 strokes. So on their Instagram, we saw a reel that was them talking about all of these awesome comments of people like, bring back the 2 strokes. We want 2 strokes. Show us the 2 strokes. And then, of course, what happens? You hear a very iconic 2-stroke sound, and it said, we hear you, and then let the good times roll. So it was pretty cool to see.
Could you imagine, Brian, if they picked up if they picked up a KX500 again and put that out?
I just don't see any need for a KX500. Just like in reality, we don't need 454 strokes. Like that is so much power. It's the same thing. A 500 two-stroke. Like what is the point in the way that they were made back in the day? I could see a couple different people wanting to have it, sure, but like just even a 125, a 250 would be pretty stinking awesome to see.
But that's a great announcement, and you know what? It was a big failure as far as I'm concerned for the Japanese motorcycle market when Kawasaki, Honda, and Yamaha. Yamaha still has the YZ, but Kawasaki, Honda, and Suzuki all dropped out of the two-stroke market, and now Kawasaki coming on board. We'll have to see. Maybe there's going to be some new engineering happening with the yellow bike. You know, they're long overdue for changes in their program for sure.
Well, it doesn't sound like Suzuki has any R&D back at the factory level in Japan for even their four-stroke dirt bikes. So for them to be able to even think about coming out with a two-stroke, they need to put an e-start from stock on those bikes.
On screen right now, it's our leader coming through the valley. The number 39 from... Oh, he's slowed down. What's going on here? There's Will Reardon on the Sherco. Now, he just jumped off board an orange bike this year when Cody Webb left the Sherco team to jump on board Yamaha. So now Will Reardon is teammates with Cooper Abbott. Cooper Abbott also on a Sherco. Great coverage here. I tell you what, the drone coverage here for King of the Motos is second to none. It really is. These guys do such a great job. And there's Cody Webb coming across. Watch. Now Cody, one of the bigger riders in the field at 6'4". He's on that number 2 Yamaha. Now that is only a 252 stroke, mind you. And talking to Cody yesterday, he's been having so much fun getting this Yamaha dialed in. He's doing stuff that people have never done to a YZ250. And it's obviously showing his true colors, running second comfortably behind the youngster out of Australia of Will Reardon. Just to give you an idea of some of the uphills we have here in Johnson Valley. Now our race director and course designer, Justin Lineweber, does a fantastic job. He lives out here in Johnson Valley, and little blurb and kudos goes out to this man. He puts his hard work, effort, and energy and passion into putting together a great off-road challenging King of the Motos. And Justin lives out here in Johnson Valley, and he's a cam specialist for some of the motorcycle brands like Harley Davidson, and he does some of the big Yamahas and some of the big Suzukis and Honda street bikes for building special cams, and especially is Harley Davidson cams. And a great shot of Cody Webb right there. Cody looked over at the camera. Oh, who's that behind Cody? Is that James?
He is excited to be out there and having so much fun, that's for sure.
Who's that they just showed behind Cody on the KTM?
Yeah, it looked like it was A-Star gear on a KTM, but Tristan Hart looks like he's still back before, looking at the yellow brick, that he's still back before that third checkpoint. So we'll have to watch. But there's Josh on his Husky looking like he's course working and following racers and riders out and about.
Yeah, we had a press conference yesterday, and Max Gersten, former long-standing endurocross and off-road competitor, he is our media mogul now, doing all the interviews for our press conference. And he did a great job yesterday. Of course, Max out of Peoria, Arizona, same place that the Abbotts are from.
And Will is past that open spot, so it looks like he's a good 5 to 10 minutes away from being able to take the lap. And once they get back to the start area, they are going to be coming up back door. So we're supposed to have a camera there. We're excited to see that. Hopefully that is all set up. It looks like he's getting ready to come around. So hopefully we'll see him there at back door in just a little bit. And then Cody Webb should be quickly seen behind him.
Now, for those of you that don't know, back door is kind of on the northwest corner of our Means Dry Lake area, and it goes up into the mountains just on the northwest corner here in Hammertown. Just to put a little perspective. Now tomorrow for Chocolate Thunder, it's over on the east portion of our Means Dry Lake Valley. Now we're going to be anticipating some winds here a little bit later, probably 20 to 30 with gusts up to 40 mile an hour. So a little bit later today, might want to make sure your canopies, easy ups, and anything else are either securely fastened or put away for the day. Still Reardon, Webb, and Flynn, our top three. Yeah, I was talking to Daniel Lewis yesterday. He's from Pennsylvania, and my girlfriend Carol, she got Lyme disease, which is very rare here in the West, but Daniel got it in Pennsylvania back home, and it's once you get it, it's with you to stay. So it's going to actually from time to time affect his performance, but he's feeling really good right now. Had a good chat with Dan yesterday, and he made his debut here at King of the Motos last year. I believe he got 4th place, didn't he, Brian?
4th place was Will Reardon last year.
Will got 4th. Okay. As Ryder LeBlanc got 3rd. Now, where's Ryder in this mix, man? We haven't seen Ryder too far in the field. Of course, this is a qualifier for tomorrow, and you must at least make it to the first check in order to be able to race the event tomorrow. So it is a qualifier. And there's Will Reardon right now looking at this.
That was Tristan Hart catching up to Cody Webb that we saw earlier. It just the yellow brick was off, as we were talking about, because now looking at Moto Tally's live results for the event, Will Reardon did come in first with his first lap, about 40 minutes and 51 seconds. Cody Webb in second, 43 minutes and 2 seconds. Well, you know who was 8 seconds behind Cody Webb coming through on the first lap?
Tristan Hart.
It was Tristan Hart. So, yes, that Alpine Star gear was Tristan Hart catching up to him. Again, that's yellow brick, just not updated in the way that we would hope it would so that we could call you guys that hardcore racing. But in the long run, we've got 3 racers through that are now on to their second lap. So hopefully we can get some footage of them going up back door, because going up back door ain't no easy feat.
Well, from what our yellow brick is showing us, it's showing Cooper Abbott in the third spot, but we know Tristan Hart. So I think there's some issues going on right now with Tristan Hart's yellow brick because he comes in and he comes out as far as from what Brian and I can see on our screens. Now we're trying to follow up on our canyon action coming in front of us. This is some of our fine drone coverage we have here for King of the Motos as our riders coming on through. And Tristan was pretty critical on us yesterday, and he's saying, yeah, you really should take a look at the rider's gear and see if you could. It is so hard. You know, people don't realize, well, actually, the hardest thing of the task that Brian and I have for being commentators is pronunciation of some of the names. And our 777 of Kamakana, Kahalupuna is a perfect example of having a tough time pronouncing some of the names.
Jared Lambe, there, number 214, we just saw on that gas there on screen. He's awesome to kind of look back on his Instagram story because of the fact that he was someone that came over into the United States because he wanted to race hard enduro, got into the expert class, did extremely well, won that class, and for the past couple years he has been moving and shaking his way up the results there in the pro class. So Jared Lambe, it looks like he is finishing up his first loop, headed there. So once he gets done with that, he will be out on his second loop, which starts him off into backdoor.
Now, as Brian and I were talking about Tristan Hart not being picked up on our yellow brick right now, it's showing James Flynn behind Cooper Webb. Not Cooper. Cody Webb, sorry about that. And back into the program, though, we have the other factory Sherco rider of Cooper Abbott. Now, Cooper appears to be running in the 5th spot right now. If by chance Tristan Hart is in that 3rd spot right behind Cody Webb.
We just saw Anson Maloney on screen. That was one of those 4-strokes that we were talking about. That dude is a heck of a racer, though. Been to the ISDE multiple times. He's been out here before doing extremely well in the 4-stroke class. So, again, I don't want to be the rider that's out there at King of the Motos on a 4-stroke. He's obviously enjoying it, doing extremely well.
A couple of advantages of a 2-stroke in our hard enduro competition, and one of those being weight distribution. 4-stroke, not necessarily that much heavier than the 2-stroke, but the weight distribution is higher on the 4-stroke than it is with the 2-stroke. People don't realize that. Several pounds on the center of gravity lower on the 2-stroke than with the 4-stroke.
We've got about 13 racers through lap 1. So just to give you guys that, it looks like Will Reardon was there about 40 minutes. Cody Webb in second, 43 minutes. Tristan Hart, 43 minutes, but again, about 8 seconds behind Webb. Ryder LeBlanc there, so again, within that 43rd minute, so still very close, as well as Cooper Abbott. So we saw Cooper, we were wondering about that. James Flynn, number 55, the first beta rider, there at 44 minutes. Then Brandon Petrie, we'll talk about him when we get down to the results. New to the beta team this year. He's been on Sherco the past couple years. And then the Kamakana, as we saw, KTM, that 45-minute, as well as Braxton. So we've got quite a few racers there. And then, of course, top 10, Dustin McCarthy, Quinn Winsel, Kawalo Huddy, Riley Bender there on the Sherco. So that's our 13 right now. So it's cool to see. We were talking about Brandon Petrie. So he's been on Sherco the past couple years, and now he's actually moved up to be on the beta with James Flynn. And so their program's going to be pretty cool this year. I asked him, I said, hey, we've heard that betas feel like a small motorcycle, and you are not a small individual. You are a very tall rider. Does that bike feel like a toy to you, right? Is it a very small motorcycle? And he actually said that the cockpit to him feels more open. He said he's not sure on the wheelbase and the angle of the steering angle and things like that to know if it, air quotes, is a smaller motorcycle. But he said to him, the cockpit actually feels more open. So take that for what it's worth and go through. But right now, Will Reardon, Cody Webb, Tristan Hart, first, second, third, as they came through into lap 2. So again, we'll try to keep up with Yellow Brick to show you guys if Cody Webb or Hart catch up and overtake Reardon.
So for those of you spectating here in Hammertown, like to come on by at 2 o'clock this afternoon, will be a autograph signing session for all of our pro riders today, right here at the stage. So come on by and join us for a little bit of activity right in front of the stage for autograph signing at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, for everything Tristan Hart told us yesterday, I think being in third place right now is a great spot for him. Again, this being a qualifier for lining up tomorrow, where they're going to be in lines of 15 for the final King of the Motos race on Sunday that starts at Chocolate Thunder. Being in the top 15 is really where he wants to be. He just needs to make sure he's on that first row, save his finger, save his strength for everything. Cody Webb, maybe he's still feeling out the Yamaha a little bit and he doesn't feel the need or the pressure to try to overtake Will Reardon. Or Will Reardon is just riding awesome on that Sherco, and those guys are trying really hard to catch him, and they can't. It's going to be great to be able to catch up with them afterwards and dissect this race a little bit, get some more information to bring to you guys for the racing that we're seeing right now.
My feelings on that, Brian, I think Will Reardon is actually on the gas. He's one of the top 3 riders that I said.
He's on a carbureted gas.
On a carbureted gas. But him, right along with Cody Webb, and of course the youngster out of Ohio, really making his presence known. Ryder LeBlanc, who got third place last year, and he's serious, man. He's really put his nose to the grindstone. And we were talking about that yesterday. Only a couple of riders are on the same race teams that they were last year, and Will is one of those. Now, Ryder is one of those. Now, Ryder was teammate last year with Colton Haker, and Colton has long since, for this year, he has retired out of the hard enduro scene and the enduro cross scene. He will be coming back for events here and there, but he's switching his occupation over to realtor. So he's starting to do some real estate up there in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and we wish Colton and his family all the best of luck here for the future. Our top vet 30-plus rider right now is Ali Sin, number 175, over Dustin Van Guth, number 196, and Jacob Nilsson, 323, running in the top 3 for our A vet 30-plus riders. Our super senior 50-plus class, Eric Torville, number 100, and Cameron Steele running in that second spot, with Michael Kellogg in third, number 120. So Cam running in the 50-plus super senior class. We have 2 pro women in this mix. Katie Howlea, 464, leading Addie Albrecht. Now, Addie won that class last year, if I remember correctly. She's on the number 628. In our 60-plus class, that's where I'd be sitting right now, Lutz Stybritz, number 1025, over Joseph Sabala, number 206. That's our top 2 60-plus masters. Nate getting me all set up over here. Boy, I tell you what a great stage we got here for our 2024 Monster Energy King of the Motos. Our top two in our C plus senior 40 plus class, Troy Warnick, number 1172, and 2103 of John Ebert. In our amateur women class, Aaron Foley, 1142, Dylan Neiman, number 2060.
Hayden Guest on screen right now. It's kind of one of those interesting GPS race moments to see because he actually did get himself lost. So even though what happens in a GPS race is if one rider comes off the main line and creates a different line, then riders who aren't following their GPS and following the line that they see in one line, they're going to get off track. So it looks like he actually did figure out where he needed to go. But we haven't seen a lot of that today. But the chance for that to happen tomorrow, because of the fact that they have an 8-mile loop, 9-mile loop, and then a couple more after that, which I believe are 11 miles. It's going to be the same loop, 3 and 4, over again. The chance to get lost is going to be pretty good. But on that fourth lap, since they know it, they're going to be moving and shaking since they're going to be comfortable with where they're headed. But it was interesting to see one of the racers who got himself a little bit lost, missing what his GPS was trying to tell him.
Now again, Brian and I are following screen on yellow brick through the satellite. And of course we have our media company here doing a fine job of covering both drones and our, look at this dice going on right now. This guy is on the gas, reel it in. What number is this rider coming through? Number 69. Great coverage here, by the way.
Looks like Christian Thorderson. I'm going to call him Thor.
Yeah, he's in the pro class in the gas. Oh.
So on my screen, I have got a few of the A-class racers that have come through. So it looks like we've got 6 racers. So we were talking about how Will Reardon came in at about 40 minutes. What we're seeing right now is Corin Culvert came through at about 51 minutes. So about 11 minutes longer for him to get through there. Brandon Bird in second on the gas. Devin Stevenson there on a Sherco in third. Maverick Thaxton and a KTM in fourth. Declan McAhill on a KTM there in fifth, and Nico Piazza on a Husky. So 6 racers in the A class. Looks like that they are through right now. We'll go ahead and refresh that and see if we can get a little bit some more of, let's see, at the A30 classers. Oh, Chris Resner, as we were talking about, from Trailbound in first place. Looks like, nope, I'm sorry, they have not come through yet. What we're hoping that we can get through is we can get them through that lap time. So it was just showing me that they're in there. So once we get some of the vet 30 plus through, we will also update you guys a little bit more and some of the other classes. But right now, we just have the pro class through on lap 2, and we have about 6 of our A racers. So racers are finishing up that lap 1, but if we go back to yellow brick, there are still quite a few racers working through the first part of their first lap. We did get a little bit. Let's talk about tires. Let's talk about mooses and tubeless and moose balls. So we did get a chance to talk with quite a few of the racers yesterday. So obviously there's different tire companies, and you'll see like Cody Webb switching to IRC this year. So he is going to be on the JX8 Gakota tire, but he is actually still on the 110 wide tire. Now there's actually a 140 that they came out with, and so we were talking with James Flynn. James Flynn is going to be on the 140 JX8 Gakota from IRC. That is just a little bit of a wider tire. So the 140, it's not as tall, so it has a little bit of a wider footprint. Now Cody went with the 110 because of the prototype that he is working with New Tech for the mechanical 360-degree rim lock that we were talking about. Now, there's obviously many other manufacturers that are making gummy tires. So gummy tires are just a softer durometer tire, so they can get more grip. They are going to wear out faster, but in hard enduro, that's really what you're looking for. You're looking for grip so that you can keep momentum, you can create momentum, and you can keep driving yourself forward, typically uphill. Now, when we talk about the moose bibs or foam inserts that these racers and riders are putting in there, it is a chance for them to not be able to get a flat. So they don't want to have air and tubes in there because of all the rocks and the terrain. It could then get them a pinch flat. So if they have these moose inserts in there, obviously a moose insert, it cannot go flat. There's just a bunch of foam there. But what racers, hard enduro racers, want to have is as grippy a tire as possible. And so if they were to put 13 psi in that tire, or the equivalency of 13 psi with a foam insert in there, they wouldn't be able to get as good of grip. So situations like a tubeless system came up where there's an inner tube that is holding the bead on, and then there is the open chamber for the tire, and they would put 3 psi, 5 psi, 6 psi, and run something like slime or some kind of tire sealant just in case the tire did get cut. But tires can get cut. So these foam inserts, what they do to get them extremely grippy is they either shave them down or they drill them out. Some of them do both. We were talking with James Flynn yesterday about the moose inserts that he uses. Not only does he shave them down so to make the top of that foam insert more flat, he drills across and up and down, so both vertically and horizontally through the moose bib, or through the foam insert. And also, he will even try to connect some of those holes so that he can get that much more flexibility out of these foam inserts. And nowadays, what we're seeing, too, is we're seeing the growth of what we saw back in the day were tire balls. Well, now we're seeing moose balls. So the concept of these tire balls have come back of moose balls by Mr. Wolf. And what that is essentially a foam insert cut up into sections so you can kind of try to create the softness or the stiffness that you want by putting in so many of the moose balls that you're looking for. And some of the riders yesterday even mentioned that they will drill out their moose balls because if they put too many in there or remove too many, they can feel the rotational weight of the tire shift as those moose balls start to move around a little bit. So it was interesting to hear some of the different techniques that they would do to get those moose balls set up in the way that they would like them to feel. But that's what it's all about. It's about grip, it's about feel, and making sure that you're comfortable on the bike. And if we're looking at Yellow Tracker right now, Yellow Brick, we're going to be able to see that it looks like Will Reardon is about to take that left-hand turn on to lap 2 where it separates from lap 1. So he's almost halfway on lap 2, and he's still got the lead. He's still getting it going out there, man. That's cool to see.
Great job by Will for sure. But right now, we have to also huge kudos to the double nickel of James Flynn. He's right on the bumper of Cody Webb for that, knocking for that second spot. So he's running third. And then Ryder LeBlond in fourth, not too far off the beaten path of Flynn. So we'll see how that transpires as well. Nobody contesting the fact that our Australian, Will Reardon, leads the parade here on race day number 1 of the King of the Motos for 2025.
Looks like we've got about 11 A racers from the A class through. So we made it through with Nick Piazza. After that, now in 7th, Grady Asplin. Looks like in 8th place, we've got Boogie Rivera. In 9th, Philip Kirk. In 10th, Hayden Guest, and an 11th, Saden Steiner. So again, this is as these racers in the A class are coming through and finishing lap 1. So when they finish lap 2, we'll also be able to have that updated. So we're trying to go between not just what we have with the live results here from King of the Motos on Moto Tally and the tracker that they have there, but also the yellow brick tracker that they have, so we can keep up a little bit through satellite and GPS.
Our B Vet 30 plus class leaders, Colin Frangi, number 1012, over Vital Kachala, I believe his name is, number 1079. Andy Schnitzel, 1125 is our top 3 for our Vet B 30 plus class. Our B Super Seniors, our 50 plus Super Seniors, is Stephen Milan, number 1072, Chad Larimer, number 1129, and Jeff Rocket, rocketing to that 3rd spot, number 1157. Just a couple little updates on some of this stuff. We'll be back to the pro class here. Still, Reardon, Webb, and Flynn, our top 3. And then LeBlanc rounds up the top. Actually, there's another yellow brick glitch. It picked up James Flynn, put him in right behind Cody Webb. It is Ryder LeBlanc in that 3rd spot, number 13. From our update here on yellow brick, Reardon, Webb, and LeBlanc. Now look at this view from the drone coming through the valley. Steep cliff right there. We got a rider coming through the valley. Brian, can you make out that number?
No, I was trying to figure out. It obviously being red, looks like it would be a gas. Even though Kawasaki seems like they're going to make 2 strokes again. Honda hasn't done that for a while, and they have not put any secretive reels out. So these days, I'd assume it's going to be a gas. But it's obviously tough to see a number sometimes when the drone is doing its job up there in the air.
Well, especially when the riders are getting into a little bit of dust from other riders too. It gets even more difficult for Brian and I to see the numbers. We got a KTM rider in view right now coming into the valley. You can see Hammertown over the top as they're coming back down off the bluffs here on the other side of back door. Here for lap number 2. Now again, I'd like to invite everybody at 2 o'clock, come on by for autograph signing for our riders this afternoon right here at the stage. Hey, Pam Hall, you want to come over here for a minute?
I was looking at the A Vet 30 plus results, and Chris Reisner is from Trailbound is in first. He came through at 104. And then Spencer DeBuff there at 106, Josh Pregan there at 107, and it looked like right at the same time was Nick Hatcher. So again, our Vet A30 class has 4 racers finished with their first lap. And I do know that Chris and his fan Nick Pooh off of Instagram, they are riding together all the time. And I just want to give a call out to Chris beating Nick. Oh, no, it looks like Nick got him by about a minute. So that's going to be some good banter tonight for them to discuss, that Nick beat him on the first lap by about a minute. I'm sorry to hear that, Chris, but Nick is faster than you currently.
So, Brian, you're going to have to catch me up just a little bit because I just got back up over here from the start line, which was awesome to see.
Well, then you tell me what the starting line looked like, and then I'll catch you up from there.
Oh, my goodness. The start line is always so much fun to be at. As you know, you've been over there before too, but it's just kind of like chaos. Chaos on that start line. When that green flag drops, you might have your line picked out, but you might not get that line because somebody else might beat you to it. But there were some people struggling just a little bit, but for the most part, they went up. The e-bike. I don't know if you saw this.
Tell me.
He went up. He had to be the fastest one up out of all of the racers.
Really?
Because he went up the right line and just sent it. Obviously, we couldn't hear him, but we could see him and the rocks flying. Fastest one up, I think. I wish we had like a a timer at the top to see who made it up the fastest.
That's
but
cool.
it was really cool.
Was he all on his own line because he's on his own class, or did?
But there were struggles, so there were still racers, in other
on
lines.
Course. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was really cool to see that e-bike.
There he goes,
go
right
up.
there. There's the Stark that just went through. Nice. That's our guy, right? Yeah, he's riding great.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see that. But I mean, I don't know how. Do you know anything about like the battery life on these?
Well, I think he'll be good today because of the fact that he's probably going to keep that thing. I mean, again, they can go up to 80 horsepower, but there's very few people that actually ride him at that amount of horsepower. So I don't even think he would need to be above 40 horsepower for this, really, because this is much more about torque than it is about high-speed energy. So in the long run, he should be okay. Now, the Stark does not have a swappable battery. It has a rechargeable battery only currently. They are working on that. And so if he had to come in and give a little zap, that would suck.
Yes.
But I would imagine that he's probably just going to make it. Now, what is he going to do tomorrow? I don't have a clue.
Right.
It's, with the 4 laps to come in and have to sit there and charge between maybe after the second lap and going in for third and fourth, that seems interesting.
I'm wondering, obviously you have a backup battery, right? You just switch it out. I don't know how quick it is to switch the actual battery out of the bike, but it would be really smart, to have those spare batteries. And, I know that some of the drifting that has electric drifting, I can't remember, I think it's over in Japan where they have those cars. They have a cooling system, so they're cooling the batteries as they're getting ready to switch them out. So they're cool for the next time they come in.
Wow, okay, yeah, because I would assume they get extremely hot then, right,
yes.
as they're getting used and things.
Exactly, especially in drifting. I mean, gosh,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, today that's it. I don't know the details of it, and you're like the guru of all
We're
the
trying to figure it out.
motocross.
We're trying to figure it out for sure. Yeah, so the racer that we're talking about looks to be Cody Boxbees, and he's in the E-Moto Expert class, and he is on that Stark. Yeah, so unfortunately the Stark doesn't have a swappable battery, so that does make it more difficult. There are other bikes that are coming out that Dust Moto is making. There's a couple more. I think it's not coming to me right now, unfortunately, but that is one of the key things that they're trying to bring to market is a stock or swappable battery out of the gate for them off their stock motorcycles.
Okay.
Stark just released, I don't think it's in the States yet, I don't think they're shipping their Enduro model, the EX for Stark, so that'll be cool, but again, there hasn't been a swappable battery yet mentioned for those bikes, even though we do know they're working on it.
Okay, that's good to know. And then let's talk about the adventure bike.
That was awesome. Did you see awfully what bike he was on offhand?
I think it was red.
Oh, you think it was red? Okay, good.
I think so.
It was an adventure bike. Then we're just going to go with that. That's been taken off. So there's a couple different riders on Instagram that are just making a name for themselves by being amazing hard enduro riders, but they're doing it on like big Yamaha Teneres and big KTM 690s and stuff. And it's kind of become this cult kind of hard enduro thing, if you will. And so now those racers and riders off of Instagram are starting to actually show up at events and compete on these big old adventure bikes. And, of course, now here at King of the Motos, we've even got one showing up and doing that. I believe that was rider 2902, Radic Burkhat.
Yes,
he
it
was
was
in
Radic.
the industry class. So I didn't know that was happening, and that is cool to see.
Well, and what's also cool about it, too, is like his bike is so heavy compared to everybody else's. It's just so heavy. I like to go up these rocks and do all this. It's got to be a struggle, but he did a pretty amazing job on the start.
Oh, good. So we're going to get a little bit of on-the-bike action. It sounds like Cameron Steele has got a bike is ready at the pit, so we are going to get a little bit of on-the-bike action once the racers get past to the point where he is at. So this is going to be cool to see.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome that we have this view. And Cameron, I was speaking with him down at the start line this morning, and it's so much fun to be down there and listen to the riders, talking smack to each other and just having a good time and knowing what they're going through. He was saying he has a shiny bike. He kept calling his bike a shiny bike because it's got the bright colors on it. But yeah, Cameron still also races in other classes out here for King of the Hammers, also also in the Desert Challenge. So he's a busy man.
Back in 2015, I got a chance to do with the Desert Assassins the Rip to Cabo.
Oh, you did?
So we rode from Tecate down to Cabo on our dirt bikes and stuff. And then they did the Hell Ride where you'll go down and then you'll come back up.
Uh-huh.
Luckily enough, we did not do that. We paid for them to haul our bikes back up. I would love to do the death ride now, or the hell ride. I can't remember which one it is that they call it. But that would be fun again to do.
Yeah.
So it's been now 10 years, unfortunately, since I got a chance to do that with those guys.
Oh, wow.
But that was crazy. This is the first time meeting Cameron Steele and all of
Yeah.
his crazy peeps that he rides with and stuff. But that was an awesome adventure.
He has a great crew.
It was fun.
I've heard that. And he also has the beach bash as well. My husband actually went on the beach bash with him one year, but it's pretty fun to like watch his. I mean, he's been in this world forever, right? Like, and then the motos and then the cars and everything else. But Cameron Steele is definitely one out there that he likes to have fun. That's for sure.
And he's competed in King of the Motos a couple times. I think when it started back in 2012, he was out there on the line. And if not in 2012, he's definitely been out there before. I even know that last year he showed up with the bike and thinking he was going to ride. And then as he got there and started practicing, he was like, you know what? I think this might be where I'm done.
And here he is. He's back out. All right, you guys can see how difficult it is going up those rocks. I always say that these guys have so much endurance to do this, and just watching these guys go up these rocks is just insane to me. Like I never in a million years would do that.
Yeah, it does take a lot of practice, to be completely honest, to be able to understand how to navigate a dirt bike through a lot of this type of terrain. Because not only does it come down to momentum, but it comes down to such innate understanding of how your motorcycle functions, because you have to be able to practice not just standing on the motorcycle, not just sitting on the motorcycle, not just turning the throttle, not just using the clutch and shifting gears. It has to happen in such an orchestrated way to make sure that you're never losing traction.
Exactly.
You want to make sure you're always, it's because you're typically not just moving forward. A lot of the times you're moving up as well. And you're trying to find not just the perfect line to be able to keep that momentum, but the places that you can find the most traction, because there's typically very little traction out on course. And this rider right here, it looks like 819, has his front number plate on his back.
Oh,
so
interesting.
I don't know if he lost his front number plate or that's just look at Steve Schumann there on camera. So I'm wondering if it came off the bike from a nice little mishap and then just said, you know what, this thing's too expensive, I'm bringing it home.
Yes, I mean, watching them on the start, some of them that were struggling, their bikes, they're flipping off to the side, they're falling over. I mean, these guys are trying to catch them from falling down too far because it's obviously very steep over there where we did our start this morning. But let's talk about this. You can see there's a little bit of dust out there with these riders and everything, but tomorrow we might get a little bit of moisture. That's going to completely change up the whole entire day.
Oh, talk to me more. So is there supposed to be a little bit of rain, or is it just that it's supposed to be a certain type of temperature? What's going on?
We're supposed to get a little bit of rain tomorrow, which would actually be awesome, but I know these riders won't want it on those rocks.
It'll be interesting. So one of the things you see out here is you do see a lot of porous rocks. And so if the rocks are really porous, you actually get a lot of grip. But the thing is then you get the other side of that, because we have such a mix of the rocks out here. And so you do have a lot of rocks that are actually going to be very slick when they get wet.
Exactly.
So if the rain comes during the race, that is probably going to be the worst case scenario for the racers. It will cool them off, which is great to have that, but in the long run, raining while in an event like that is just going to make things a little bit more difficult. Now, if it were to come tonight or earlier in the morning, even though we're starting at 9 a.m., if it were to come before that, it could get a little bit of a chance to settle. And then as the sun comes out, it could kind of dry those rocks off a little bit while some of that moisture could stay in the ground. But yeah, moisture at King of the Motos is never great.
I'm looking at I'm obviously not a weatherman or weatherwoman, but I'm looking at tomorrow's forecast, and it looks like it might have moved to Monday. So maybe we don't have any rain tomorrow, but maybe we will. I don't know. One year it snowed 3 times here. I don't know if you guys remember that or not. If you were here that year, I can't remember if we did motos. I think it was in 21. I know we took 1 year off of motos, but in 21, it literally snowed 3 times.
Oh, my gosh. I think if that had happened, I probably would have never come back.
It wasn't as bad as you would think at all.
You just huddle up with a heater.
So we have Chris back in the booth. How are you doing?
Doing great. Hey, the weather's starting to warm up out there a little bit now, so it's actually getting more pleasant.
Yes.
As long as the wind stays down, we'll be fine.
Yes. We don't say the W word.
No. Well, you can't stop God.
No,
That's
you
for
can't.
sure.
I
Hey,
always say Mother Nature has a mind of her own, and we can't control it at all.
So did you see the pictures last night from the fire?
I saw
front of
the
the
fire
stage?
get lit. Yes.
Oh, it was out of control.
Well, I didn't see it get lit. I wasn't here. We were in meetings and stuff,
Right.
but I saw pictures of when it was actually lit. I love that. I like to be here for it, but sometimes we get busy. But it looks really cool.
We'll have to see if the big screen plays Supercross tonight.
Oh yeah, you were talking about that. That would be so cool if we could be watching Supercross by the laser nut centerpiece right here with the fire going.
Perfect timing.
That would be perfect timing.
So you've been working King of the Hammers for quite a few years now, haven't you?
This is my 5th year working King of the Hammers for Hammer King and doing announcing and everything. But I worked in the media department before that, so it started in 2017 here on the lake bed.
Well, that's a couple days, that's for sure. This is my 4th year, and 4th year in a row. Of course, the first year I did with Ricky Johnson. Second year, Ricky Johnson and Brian, and then it's been Brian and myself the last
Yes.
couple of years. And you and Miles stepping in and having a good time.
It's fun.
What a week, man! All the Hammertown. You tell stories to people, they just can't believe it,
Right.
unless they've experienced it here in front of us.
Exactly, and that's what I always tell people. They're like, "Oh man, I really want to go." I'm like, "What is it like there?" I'm like, "You just need to go experience it for yourself." Like I can tell you all day long what it's like to be out here, but until you actually come and be here in person, you don't really know.
Well, you hear stories about Burning Man, okay?
Yes.
You take all the obscenities out of Burning Man. That's a lot of what we have here.
Mhm.
Yep.
I always say it's like the Super Bowl of off-road or the Daytona 500. That's what I always say. I've never been to Burning Man, but here, look at this. We have the on camera of Cameron Still. He was at his pit, and it looks like he'll probably get going here in just a moment. But how cool is this to have a live camera on one of our riders out there?
Well, it's so funny. Cameron not only participates in the two-wheeler, he also jumps in a four-wheeler during his course of this next week in a couple different classes, doesn't
Exactly. Yeah. Well, one year he raced in every single class we have out here.
he? Wow.
From Motos to 4400. So it was every single race. He was a driver of record of a vehicle of some sort. But yeah, that is so cool though to see the Starstream image that they have. I believe he has a backpack on with a Starstream. I know he was testing it out. So he does have a backpack with the Starlink Mini on him.
I go all the way back into the mid-'80s working with Raz Video, which is running Zechner. And their video cameras at the time were Ikegamis. And each one of them weighed 28 pounds, I think.
Oh, wow.
And they put them on the shoulders.
Oh, wow.
And it was pretty crazy back then. But Cam was just now coming into the realm. He's a youngster back then. And what a career Cameron's had.
He's had quite a career. He's been around this off-road for his whole entire life. But I don't know if you follow the score races or not, but there was a moto guy, I can't remember the rider's name. He tested out this at the Baja 1000 and came in, and he had the backpack on with the mini Starlink on his helmet. He had it actually taped to his helmet. I don't know how the weight of it, it's not very heavy, but just that little bit of extra weight. But look at this. You actually are getting to see the terrain that he's actually going through, which is super cool because normally we're watching it from like a helicopter or a drone or a still camera, and it doesn't give it justice, but you can see just how tough it is actually going up these rocks.
And quite the adverse angle coming up to the top. And, lack of traction. You get into the top, it's all wore out. Johnson Valley, big history out here in Johnson Valley. Started back in the late 40s, early 50s for the desert racing scene. And all these trails have been put on course for some of our off-road National Hare and Hounds and some of our District 37 events as well. But it's kind of wild. In early 2000, I decided, I raced sidecars for a bunch of years. I go, you know what? I'm going to bring sidecar back out to the desert. So 2002, I started racing desert again on a sidecar. And some of this terrain, people go, how in the heck do you do that? Well, you tip it over, you put the chair wheel in the air, and you go and push it up the hills. So that's what we did did that till about 2012, 2013. But look at
Yeah, we had a pass go on the hill right there. I can't quite make out who they are, but there was a pass just now on that single track rocky section. I have to give a shout out to Justin Lineweber because he comes out here and just runs all the trails multiple times trying to find you know, not the hardest, but that's what King of the Hammers is all about. You know, it's the hardest off-road race in the world, and one-day race basically, even though these guys race twice. But he puts on such an amazing event out here, and the trails that these guys are racing on, like, it doesn't even look like they should be a trail, right? And then they come out and they start burning it in just a little bit.
Well, a lot of times there's not, Pam.
Right.
You know, and it's funny, you know, Justin goes, yeah, we're just going to be going up that hill over there. You mean all those rocks? Yes, just straight up that hill. No, you mean all those rocks? Yeah, up that hill.
Exactly.
That's the mentality Justin has. But he lives out here. He's got a cam machining company right here in Lucerne Valley. And he's an incredible individual, takes his spare time raising a family, but still comes out here to program a course for King of the Motos.
Yes, and speaking of that, his new baby out here this weekend. I remember last year at King of the Motos is when Legacy, his wife, told me she was pregnant. So super excited to see that little baby out here. We were at a driver's meeting last night, and super smiley kid. But
very happy.
This looks like, by the momentum they're going, a very steep downhill section. I know that we have one area that's within our vision from Hammertown. It, like we were saying, it doesn't look like a trail. So I was watching a rider come down it the other day. I'm like, oh my goodness, I cannot believe it.
This looks to be the dice between Tristan Hart and Ryder LeBlanc, because it's a Husqvarna chasing the KTM. I would assume, we can't tell the numbers from our screen, and taking a good look at it right now, I believe that is Tristan Hart that we have in view right now. Brian coming back, getting a refill on his coffee.
Gotta have our coffee. What would we do without coffee out here at King and the Hammers?
For you, Pam?
No, thank you. Thank you very much, though. I do love coffee, but
I'm a three cup of coffee day guy myself. I think Brian's about the same.
3 cups. I drink 1 cup in the morning. Sometimes I have a second one in the afternoon.
I think it's 3 before noon, and then it's probably about 4 after that. Oh, yeah. Is that Cameron
yes,
falling
it is.
over?
Well, he was
Nice.
stopped for a second, so he got back going, and they had an awesome view of it. And then he stopped for a second. I don't know why, but now obviously.
Oh, I know why. Because it's hard.
It was flat ground, though.
Well, it looked flat because it was a wide-angle view. I promise you, none of this is flat. When there's no rocks and they're on the road like that, that's when it's flat. And there we go. There's Tristan Hart. Look at him. He is moving. He doesn't even have a pointer finger to grab that clutch, and he is just giving it.
Well, I wonder how many riders actually have recluse clutches.
Oh, yeah, an auto clutch?
Yep. That would probably be kind of advantageous for Tristan right now.
Oh, that would have been a great idea, but yeah, something that we'll have to ask and see if that was something they thought about, or maybe they couldn't do sponsor-wise. But how many did we figured out? We had, 171 entries?
Yes.
And we were about 20 over what we had last year. So, again, King of the Motos growing every year with the number of entrants that are coming out here.
A little bit more than that, actually. It was 144 last year.
Yeah, so I mean, it's super cool to see this event growing, because the first time I watched the King of the Motos, they went up Chocolate Thunder at dark. That was the first time I'd ever seen King of the Motos actually start. And then the next day, we started over by Turkey Claw for the day 2, and I'm just like, these guys are completely insane. Like, and actually, Cameron commented on something on my social today about, yeah, these moto guys, we're all crazy. And I'm like, are you talking about yourself? Or everybody?
I would love it if the night race came back. That was in 2018, the first time I was out here. I remember that as well. They had, and that was so awesome. But it sounds like they're going to throw it 2 apiece. Let's check it out. We have seen King of the Motos grow exponentially every year. That is obviously always the hope. But we got Saturday for the qualifying going into Sunday. How many racers are going to be out on course?
So last year, just as a quick stat, we had 142 entries. This year we're at 166.
We'll take it.
We have 20 pros lining up, and then the rest of the support classes are filling out the rest of that 166.
Awesome, that's cool to hear.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Now, most of the riders, when they decide, I'm going to do King of the Motos this year, what is the biggest magnet that attracts them to come to this event?
Hard Enduro has this magnet of challenge, right? We all come here because we want to challenge ourselves, challenge our skills, challenge our endurance. And I think that's what keeps guys coming back, that thrill and want to finish.
There we go. We got some riders coming through. So after lap 1, they do have kind of a pit area where they can gas up and take a little bit of a break. And that is Will Reardon actually at the finish line.
Oh, wow. Already. What time is it? 11:30. 11:29.
Yeah, let's bring up, now that we know he is finished, let's bring it up so we can see the official times on that second lap. So
Nice
total
job.
time, 1 hour and 28 minutes.
Wow.
Cody Webb has not come through yet. So yeah, there we go. Unofficially right now, Will Reardon, they have to check the GPS, though that's the thing. So right now it is unofficial. But once we check that GPS and make sure, so we're waiting on to see Cody Webb or Tristan Hart, who's going to come in second and third. And then, of course, earlier we had Ryder LeBlanc and then Cooper Abbott fourth and fifth. So we'll have to see, once those laps are combined, who comes through in the top 5.
I like that Justin was giving you sign language on that, too. Did you see him?
No.
Oh, he was like, because you brought up unofficial.
Oh.
It's like I thought you were seeing him, actually, because you were perfect timing with Justin.
No, I just know that Cody Webb got screwed one time because we were saying that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And if you checked at his GPS, he missed some turn, and he wound up losing a little bit because of that. So you got to be careful in these GPS races for sure.
Definitely. It's always unofficial until it's official. But that would be kind of cool if we could go get Will over here to actually come over and chat with us about the course. So what I'll do, I'm actually going to step away. I'm going to step away and go see if I can go find Will and see if he'll come up in here into the booth. So,
Sounds
boys,
great.
have fun.
Pam Hall, thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to you joining us again the rest of the weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, there's sound, but I don't know if it's any good. It's a terrible mic. Yeah, we shouldn't use this. Robbie said he was getting the camera together. I called in. I was like, where are you guys? Tristan. Here. Why can't...
Looking at our unofficial results on Moto Tally, it looks like Tristan Hart is in second. He came through about 3 minutes behind Will Reardon. So even though he did have that injury in the gym 2 weeks ago and he is stapled and stitched together on that left pointer finger, he did catch up to Will and Cody Webb, passing Cody Webb, but not getting Will. So coming about 3 minutes behind Will. And let's see when Cody Webb comes through to finish that second lap. And actually looking, it looks like Ryder LeBlanc, 5:13 on his Husqvarna, has come through at 1:31.36. So he was literally 16 seconds behind Tristan Hart, and Cody Webb has not come through yet. So maybe that's a reader error in the sense of the transponders, or maybe he is actually having a little bit of an issue and got passed by a few riders. Again, hoping that we can know that soon from what we're seeing there at the finish line.
In our A class right now, running out on their second lap right now, Maxwell Wigden is our leader, number 111. Devin Stevenson in the second spot, 115. And third will be Maverick Thaxton, number 125. That's our top 3 in our A class.
But that's our finish line right there. You can see we're trying to see if we can get set up for some interviews so we can either get a rider in the booth or we can go out there with a camera and a microphone and get a chance to talk to Will, get a chance to talk to Tristan, Ryder LeBlanc, and Cody Webb when he does come through.
You know, Brian was talking about our e-bike rider right now. He's still in finishing into his second lap. It's Cody Bospies, I believe it's pronounced, number 2226.
All right, Cody Webb is through, finished with his second lap. He's a 1:33.37, so he's about 2 minutes behind Ryder LeBlanc. It'll be interesting to find out what happened there. And then just a few seconds behind Cody Webb in fifth, unofficially, Cooper Abbott. And then, it looks like James Flynn was in sixth after lap 1, so we'll see if he still comes through after lap 2 in that sixth place.
Again, we'd like to invite everybody to come by the stage at 2 o'clock this afternoon for a autograph signing session with our pro riders. We'd also like to remind in the pits those mechanics and support individuals for our pro riders out there. Be sure to mention to come on out here at 2 o'clock for our autograph signing session. Our top B riders right now is Aaron Schroeder, number 1200, Cole Clarkson, 1319, and Cullen Kostecki, I believe it's pronounced, number 1325. So that's our top B riders in this field. Top C riders, Digan Anderson, 1006, Aaron Schroeder, 1200, and Cole Clarkson, number 1319.
We got two nice parts coming up for you guys, but we're going to throw it really quick to one of the tougher parts on the course. And then our winner, unofficially right now, but he still looks like a winner to me, is Will Reardon. So we'll throw it to a tough part, and then we'll come back in with Will.
Toughest part of the course that you see for our competitors on Saturday?
So on Saturday, the pros are going to skate pretty much through all of it. I would say the hardest is on lap 2. There's a section called switchbacks on the end of this mountain over there. And it'll be a little time consuming, maybe a minute or two for the pros and up to 10 or 15 minutes for your amateur classes.
With the 11-mile loop that we've got out here that they're going to be doing twice, what's your expectation on timing and technical abilities for the riders out here?
Yeah, absolutely. The lap 1 is like you said, 11 miles, and I'm expecting the pros to do it in about 45 minutes. And then lap 2 will take them between 45, 55 minutes, I'm guessing. And the rest of your amateur classes will trickle in through start finish, the rest of the 4-hour time limit.
Yeah, Chris over here. I'm with Will Reardon, our winner of our Saturday portion. Will, good morning. How you doing, man?
So I didn't hear. I was I had a couple voices going. What'd you say?
Oh, okay. How you doing, Will?
Yeah, good. That was pretty intense. Good race, dry. It was quite hard to navigate actually, because last night so we got these paper maps that showed us the track, and lap 1 was green, and then lap 2 was yellow. And I wanted to memorize it, and then so I changed the colors on my GPS. So, but yellow and green was so hard to see. So honestly, I was struggling so much to navigate. But luckily, I pretty much memorized the whole thing, so I knew. But it was still kind of stressful. You don't want to miss a corner. It's pretty easy, and there was minimal arrows. Yeah, but no, it was good. Pretty solid.
Now, you pretty much checked out. You got the whole shot, led up the hill.
It was funny because I got there a little bit later. Well, I guess everyone just got there earlier. I pretty much went straight over after National Anthem. So I was on the far left, like not the best spot, but I got a good jump and I just cut across everyone, cut Tristan off, but then he actually got back around me at the top. But then down the bottom, before back door, I was able to get in front and then led from there.
Well, so your strongest points on that loop or your weakest points? What's
there wasn't too many technical spots, but there was one, I think it's called switchbacks. That kind of got me off guard because we're going so quick, and then we got into there and it was really loose, and maybe my moves pumped up from all the speed. So it took a little bit to get through that, longer than I expected, but it was still quick, it was still fine. So just there, and then I don't know, my bike's unreal on the fast stuff and in the tech stuff. Like, it's quite soft and alive, but it seems to work great on everything. So
was it 300?
stoked. Yeah, Sherco 300 SE.
Nice.
Yeah, no. it's
Biggest change from your program last year to jumping on Sherco this year?
good. My biggest change?
Mhm.
Just the bike, I guess. Definitely the bike because it's different brand suspension. I'm on KYB now with Race Tech. Honestly, I got to thank Cooper Abbott a lot because he's developed that stuff for the last few years, and Cody. So then I rode stock when I got on the bike a few weeks ago, or like a month ago or so, and it was really good. So I thought, oh, well, if the new stuff's not the best, well, this will be fine. But then I got on the stuff that Race Tech made up, or I guess Cooper developed that Race Tech did, and it's so good, unreal, so playful, so planted, so straight. So thanks, Coop, for that. That's a big difference from last year. And then I'm on a carby bike now. So the power delivery is different, but I mean, it's still a motorbike.
Now, Sherco deciding to stay with the carburetors where everybody else has gone to injection. What sort of difference have you noticed? Because you were on an injected bike last year.
Yeah. The power delivery is different. I think the Austrian bikes are a bit more, have more grunt, like more straight off the bottom, like they light up a lot quicker. But then the Sherco is a lot more smoother and so much torque, which for hard road is perfect. Like we don't really want a light switch, if you know what I mean. Like we want smooth power. So I'm really liking that. The torque on the stock Sherco, we're pretty much running stock everything. So that goes to show that the bottom end they come with out of the box is really solid.
A lot of good R&D has taken place up to this point to bring the Sherco to where it's at right now. And you and Cooper, have you had a chance to ride with Cooper?
Yeah, we train together throughout the year, I mean, for the last 6 years, I'd say. So certain times throughout the year we ride together. So I've always seen him on the Sherco. But it's cool because we were teammates on RPM, KTM, 3 years ago. So that was cool, and then now we're teammates again. So I'm looking forward to that. We can help each other. He's already helped me a lot with, as I said, the suspension. And so hopefully I can find some stuff and help him and bounce off each other would be cool.
Well, looking at your performance today, it's obviously everybody's starting to look around going, that wheel's really stepped it up quite a bit, huh? What's the biggest thing in your program besides the bike as far as your programming on your body and your fitness?
I don't know. I'm super motivated. All I want is Sherco on top. Pretty much. I mean, a lot of other stuff, but that's it really. Went back to Australia for Christmas for 3 weeks and was able to ride the bike there, so that was good. It's always a good reset to go home. Living over here, it's really good, but then you get caught up in the way of life over here, so it's always good to go back, freshens up, remotivates you, and then you get back over here and you're ready to go. So it's early in the year, but feeling really motivated.
Well, nice job, man. It was fun watching you spank the rest of your tribe. Now, if you pick up where you left off for tomorrow and continue
yeah, that's
on.
the thing. Today was good, but tomorrow's where it counts, so we'll see if we can do it again.
Tristan hung right in with you guys, man.
That was surprising because I looked back and I saw Cody a little bit behind. I never saw anyone else. And then at the line, I guess Tristan got second and then Ryder third.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't Cody, but I thought that. But yeah, that was a surprise.
Yeah, that from what we saw was Tristan coming second.
Yeah, that's a good effort from him. He's
what an effort, man.
Yeah, it looked like Cody was there for a long time.
He
and
was.
We saw all of a sudden, again, a KTM Alpine Star gear, but because we hadn't seen Tristan so close to you guys for so long, even we questioned it.
Yeah.
We're like, and so he caught up to you guys quick at the end of that first lap.
Yeah. He said he had a crash, so I guess he knocked the wind out of himself, but took a bit to get going, but obviously he got moving at the end there. Caught up a lot.
Cool, yeah. Sounds like we're going to head over to the line here in a little bit, try to do some more interviews. So hopefully we'll learn more about that crash.
Perfect.
Awesome stuff. Will, would you like to mention all your sponsors?
Yeah, firstly, Factory One Sherco. My new mechanic, Liam, from Australia. We've been doing a lot of work, so if it wasn't for him, it'd be a lot different. And then Carter, team manager, team owner Ron, they're in Texas, so we kind of bounce off each other. They send us stuff, which is working great. Dunlop tyres, which is a necessity out here. And then KYB, Race Tech. My personal sponsors, City, Shoei, and Usui. We're all together this year, which is sick, and I'm stoked about. Got these new blue boots on. brand new today. Maybe that did the trick.
Nice stuff, man. Anyway, please say hi to your dad and your brother for me.
Will do.
And great talking with you. We wish you all the best of luck for tomorrow. Great job today. Congratulations, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Will Reardon taking top heap here in our first day of our King of the Motos. Brian, take it to you, man.
Let us bring up our results again and look at it. I know we were just talking about it in the YouTube comments. It looks like they were talking about Ryder LeBlond in second, but in the long run, again, unofficially, Tristan Hart is in second there in Moto Tally. Looks like Ryder LeBlond, Cody. So let's just hit it all. Will Reardon, right now, unofficially winning the qualifier for Sunday's race. Tristan Hart, second place. Ryder LeBlond in third. Cody Webb in fourth. Cooper Abbott in fifth, and then we do see a couple more. James Flynn in sixth, Kamanakana in seventh, Braxton Hintz in eighth, Quinn Winsel in ninth, Riley Binder in 10th, Dustin McCarthy in 11th, Brandon Petrie in 12th, Kawalo Huddy there in 13th, and then Hayden Musa in 14th. And it looks like those are the riders. So we've got 14 riders finished so far, and all of them under 2 hours. So they were right around that 45-minute time frame that they were looking for early on. Obviously, Will even beating that at 1:28. So I think he had 40 on the first one. So they had like 42, 42nd there in that second lap. So we've got 14 riders finished so far. We've got more to come, and I know we're trying to get ourselves down to the finish line so we can get some more interviews. If that happens, we'll let you know, and if not, we'll be bringing those riders into the booth to talk about their race.
Catching up a little bit, our youth competitors. Caden Hatcher taking the lead there. He's only on lap number 1 still. Graham Kobach, number 2190 in that second spot. Both youth riders on their lap number 1. Women's class, Erin Foley now leads into the lap in lap number 1. Number 1142 in the 2000 of Dylan Neiman in second. And our winner from last year, Alice Albrecht, number 2626 in that third spot. All 3 riders still on lap number 1.
Hayden Guest on screen right now. He's the rider that we saw out there on lap 1 that got lost. And so it looks like, luckily enough, he's found the course. And you can see how burned in it is right now, but it's cool to see how they kind of drop into that sand wash. And coming up that sand wash, they're going to go ahead and just zip their way up. But, of course, that's where you got to really pay attention because you never know when that GPS is going to tell you to take a left, take a right, and not follow what you think is the course. Cool. Ryder LeBlond, welcome, sir. How did it go out there for you today?
Oh, man. It was dusty, that's for sure. I think it was the dustiest race I've ever done. I didn't get so great of a start. I was one of the last ones over the hill, and I couldn't even see my handlebars the whole first lap. Which actually was kind of a good thing. Kind of have to follow the GPS either. And for my past, I haven't been the best at that, so maybe it was a good thing. But, yeah, I just kept following people, and yeah, we just made passes when I could. And second lap got into fourth. And I think it was a pretty big gap. And I was fine with fourth, but I think Cody had some issues. And I don't know what happened to Tristan, but seemed to catch them pretty quick and just kind of cruising behind Tristan. And, yeah, feel good for tomorrow, though.
Nice. So tell us a little bit about that start. We didn't get a chance to see how it went off for you guys. Now, you guys, all the pros lined up right there and just hit that hill. Was there a line you were looking for, a line that you wanted to take? How did that work out for you?
Yeah, I was lined up in the spot where I was 2 years ago when we went up that, and I got the whole shot 2 years ago, but just got a bad jump and kind of got pinched, and then I think I was just following some dust, and I just didn't make it. It was all on me. I didn't get a good jump, and yeah, didn't make quite enough passes quick enough to catch up to Will. I think he was pretty far gone. I figured if he got in the lead, I figured whoever was in the lead was probably going to get a pretty big gap that first lap. So wasn't too worried about that after that. It was just try to get to the finish without having any crashes and wasting too much energy at that point.
Right. Now, you mentioned the dust. So we see the dust in the air, but one of the things, too, is the particles that kind of get on the rocks, and it's very silty around those. And so if you we were talking about how you're really looking to keep your momentum up. So what is the course actually like? Like, how hard is it to keep momentum and to – you already said about the GPS part of things like that, but just kind of terrain-wise, keeping your momentum, things of that nature.
Yeah, the terrain here is definitely is pretty unique compared to anywhere else we race. So definitely different to get used to. But yeah, the rocks, the first lap I'd say they were probably better because there wasn't dust on them, like you kind of said. And then lap 2 from a couple hundred guys going through it, it gets a lot more difficult because there's dust on them, more rocks. The rocks are out of place. There's ruts going up to stuff. So the track just deteriorates. And yeah, we kind of have to change our lines up here and there. And yeah, that's all you can really do, I guess. It's kind of unpredictable out there.
Yeah, you're someone that we could see on screen and right now. You have a jacket on. Now you have it zipped down a little bit. Did you need that out there, or by the time you got riding, did you realize it was overkill for the temperatures today?
No, I definitely didn't need it. I mean, I was cold this morning, so in my head I wanted to leave it on, and then even if I wanted to take it off, I couldn't. My zipper kind of broke, but I didn't. I was a little hot in a couple spots, but luckily it was a pretty fast race, so it was fine. We've raced in hotter conditions than that, so it felt like nothing. But yeah, if anything, it was good for cruising across the desert. Kept me a little warmer.
Yeah, get that swamp cooler effect going.
Yeah.
Create some sweat for you.
Yeah.
So, how did the bike work for you? Any updates going into tomorrow now that you've kind of worked out the kinks, if you will, for 2 hours?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing we were doing was putting a fresh tire on and blowing the dust off it. Felt good today. If I could see, it did what I thought it would do. The only time it didn't was when I couldn't see the ground in front of me. But yeah, so not changing anything to the bike. Bike works great. I feel pretty good about tomorrow.
Cool, man. Well, anything that happened out there that we missed that we need to know about, or it was just smooth sailing?
Definitely wasn't smooth sailing. I was, like I said, I was pretty far back the first lap, and got to ride with some guys that don't get to ride with every race. And yeah, Riley Bender, he was passing me back, and I was like, come on, man, I just don't want to sit in the dust. I'd pass someone, they'd pass me back. Like, come on, I'm just trying to stay out of the dust a little bit so I can clean my goggles off and wipe my GPSs off and make sure I'm on the right path. But yeah, everyone was, I think, pretty antsy out there because it's the first round, and no one made it easy to pass, that's for sure.
Well, it's good. That's honestly, in the long run, that's the kind of day you want. By the end of the day, I worked for earn this, and it feels good to have it. So.
Yeah, it would have been better to start out front, but yeah, looking back.
Now you know for tomorrow, right?
yeah, ready to start out front tomorrow. That's
Dig it, man. Well, we really appreciate you coming up here. We look forward to seeing you out in the starting line tomorrow.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. I'm looking forward to get out there.
Don't forget to get some hydration and some food in you.
For sure. I'm going to go eat now. Thank you
guys.
Go.
Thanks, man. Sweet. So that was Ryder LeBlanc there. Still unofficial, but in third place there on the results. Again, with the unofficial, we just have to make sure that we get their GPS, and they have to check their tracks and make sure that they hit all of the check marks that are out there on course. That is a big part of this. We have seen racers like Cody Webb in the past actually have minutes added to his time because of that. So hopefully we'll get Tristan Hart, Cody Webb, Cooper Abbott, and a couple other racers up here to be able to hear from them. Let's see what we got going on.
Well, in our four-stroke sportsman class, we got Andrew Metazik, I believe it's pronounced, number 1309, here on lap number 1. But it's Justin Medeiros in the lead, number 525, leading the parade. He's on lap number 2 already. So we're rolling right through. That is our four-stroke sportsman class.
We should have some A racers finishing soon. Again, they had about a 51-minute lap 1 time. So we're going to be seeing that lap 2 coming through. We're going to be right around 2 hours because it's looking like they're adding about 5 to 10 minutes to that last lap. So whatever happened there in that section where they cut off from lap 1 did seem to be a little bit more technical. And we got Jared Lambre there on screen. It looks like 2 riders were looking to see if they could have figure out where they were going to be on the GPS. And then, of course, we've got Jared coming through saying, no, guys, it's this way. Let's do the thing.
Okay, Chris over here with Tristan Hart. Tristan, what an awesome performance, man, considering what you've gone through the past couple of weeks. What brought you to this level?
I mean, that's about as good as a win for me. It probably feels better than some of the wins I've had. Just being so unprepared, riding the bike like one time before today. So that was kind of just a break-in ride, and honestly, it couldn't have gone much better. Got the whole shot, which is what I wanted because I didn't want to take a rock to the finger. And then Will, he came charging, and I could tell he had quite good pace, and he just blew my doors off kind of. And then I tried to follow him for a little bit, and he dusted me out, but I was still kind of close to him. And then I just had a big crash, actually, like a big
at speed.
I don't even know what happened. Yeah, I was at speed, and I just hit this embankment straight on, and then I was like, okay, I need to chill out because my front wheel was all bent, so I had to fix that. But I was okay, but I definitely scared myself, and I didn't want to do that again. So I chilled out after that and didn't care about Will. But Cody got around me, and then I followed him for pretty much half the race, and I actually had a sick pass on him. I wasn't even holding on to the clutch going up back door, so that was pretty sick. That's a cool thing to do. Mr. Cody himself. But yeah, all in all, good race. Gonna be a long one tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes.
Now, when you're racing along, I've raced with injuries before also. It's tough. And when your concentration takes you away from the course in front of you, your performance on the bike, and all of a sudden the attention goes to your hand.
Yeah.
How many times did that hit you?
It actually wasn't super painful because I'm not using it for the clutch. I'm not hanging onto the handlebar with it. So actually the real problem is that I just have to sit a lot more because I don't have the strength with just these two outside fingers to hold on. So I can't stand up too much. So I was relying on sitting everywhere. I was riding like Wade Young kind of. He sits a lot. So I was just sitting. Probably didn't look super cool, but I guess I figured it out. I didn't have much time to figure it out, but I figured it out pretty quickly. And then I was like, this is how I'm gonna have to ride for today and tomorrow. And I mean, it's pretty competitive. I don't know if it's good enough to win, but it'll be competitive for a bit at least.
Well, some of our lads, I mean, Ryder LeBlanc and Will Reardon, they're both coming up to the plate now. And here it is, you and Cody, and now these two youngsters. You never know. You can almost roll the Yahtzee Cup. You don't know who's going to win.
Yeah, it's tough to say. Will rode really good. He's really good in the dry. Like, for sure, no one's faster in the dry dirt like this.
Really?
He rides it so well. He weights the pegs really well, and he's really good at navigating too. So you'll be pretty good tomorrow. I think you'll be tough to beat, but of course, so much can happen in 4 laps out there. So I mean, any one of us 4 could have a major issue, and you'll be out of the race just like that. So
now with you and Cody being the veterans in this group, watching the kids come up. Of course, Colton, retiring this year, and he was a tough competitor too. He diced up with both you guys for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
But now these youngsters starting to come up, and they're starting to knock on your backside.
Yeah, they're definitely hungry. Will and Ryder. They maybe lack the experience me and Cody have, but I'd say they make up for that in hunger and just their bodies are fresh. Me and Cody, we're a bit weathered compared to them for sure. But it's just crazy that me and Cody, we always seem to find each other. And, even despite my lack of preparation or whatever, we still found each other today and rode together for like an hour or so. So it's just kind of crazy that me and him just cannot get away from each other.
Now, 10 years ago, did you think you'd be here sitting with me right now?
10 years ago. Yeah, maybe. I mean, just under 10 years ago, I got 5th here. So that wasn't that was 2017, I think I got 5th or something like that. So, I mean, I was pretty close, actually, at that point. I caught Haker at that race, and so I was decent, but I didn't know if I'd be winning or not. It's hard to know if you can be a winner or not, but you just keep trying and see what happens.
What was your first big win?
The first time I beat Cody was at Battle of the Goats in 2020, and then like the next weekend I beat him at TKO, which was kind of a big deal because no one had ever beat him there. But yeah, that was pretty cool. That's kind of where it all started, and since then, me and Cody have just been battling hard ever since.
But you learned a lot from that too, because he has quite a few years.
I honestly still learn from him every race. Some of the stuff he does is just, it's incredible what he can do, and I have a completely different riding style that I do some things better than him, and he certainly does things better than me. And then after 4 hours, we're like, always seem to be quite close, so it's crazy.
Yeah, being involved with you guys in this level for the hard enduro stuff and the really extreme stuff that we got going here, it seems that all pro riders in your group, you're all really good friends. You don't have too many issues. I mean, in motocross, we have, this rider took out this rider, and he's a jerk over here, and he cut us off. But you don't have that stuff going on with your group. You're pretty much a lot of the same, and you're like-minded as well.
Honestly, I just think that's because we don't really race each other. We're racing the mountain, the terrain. Like, it rarely comes down to a 5-second difference at the finish. Sometimes it's like a minute, 2 minutes. So you're not really racing the guy. You're not hitting each other in every corner like Supercross. And that's when the big rivalries get heated, when you start hitting each other. And no one likes getting hit or put on the ground. And we don't really do that. I think we all respect each other. And we know you're not going to win the race by putting someone on the ground, and if you do that, you know at some point that guy's going to catch up to you, or if it's not this race, it'll be the next race, and he's going to, I just ghost my bike at him. I wouldn't even care.
Right.
But we don't deal with that, so it's not a problem, and I enjoy that. I don't really like, dealing with fighting and all that. I'd prefer just to ride my bike and, go my own speed, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of admiration for all you guys, because you all are really good friends, and you hang out with each other, and you travel all over the world together too.
Yeah.
Talking about that, your best Herzberg finish.
Yeah, second last year, and I got some thirds too. But yeah, kind of missing that number one on the mantle. That's kind of really the big thing left on my box that I want. Like, I really want the number one Herzberg. That's, like, to me, iconic and kind of just stables you as the best in the world, and that's what I really want. And it's also just such a big spectacle, and everyone knows Herzberg. If you dirt bike or not, just like half the world seems like they know Herzberg. So it's cool that way. People that don't even really know me, they see that race on Red Bull TV or YouTube or whatever, and they're like, holy, that's pretty cool, because it looks crazy. You're in the mine, and there's just people everywhere, and carnage and bikes rolling, and Red Bull does a really good job of making it look sick.
They do. It's really a neat affair. But people don't realize, here everything's so spread out, and some of these bluffs and some of these mountains that you go over, it's actually a little more gnarly than Herzberg, isn't it?
Yeah, probably not here, but definitely some races we have in America are on the same level now as Herzberg. We just don't have the media to show it off, really. So hopefully in the future we get to that point and we can really showcase what America has.
Well, we're working on it here.
Exactly.
We try our best.
We're working.
Yeah, great interview yesterday, and always good talking with you. And congratulations on your performance here today. Hope you can stick it out for lap number 4 tomorrow, because that's going to be
grueling.
This is just a scratch of the surface. Tristan Hart, great seeing you. Congratulations. You want to thank everybody, please?
Yeah, thanks to all the friends, family that support me, my team, Red Bull, KTM, FMF, Alpine Stars, Pod, 100%, and yeah, that's about it. Just hopefully we can all have a good ride tomorrow, be safe, and have fun, of course.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ben. Thanks for coming talking.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Tristan Hart.
Awesome
Good
to
job
hear
today.
from Tristan Hart there in second place. Even cooler is we got Cody Webb that was there fourth place. So that's one of the things that we want to start off with, is you look like you were trying to reel in, wheel reared in, but you didn't. And then as you come back around, all of a sudden you're behind Tristan, and then you come in and you're actually behind Ryder LeBlanc. So what happened on the second lap?
Yeah, I was even behind Cooper Abbott there for a bit too in fifth. Yeah, we came up the switchbacks, and Ryder caught up to us, and I was right there with Tristan, and all three of us were together. And right after the nasty switchback section, I just came into a rut, and I swear I've hit this same rock before. on probably every bike I've ever ridden out here. And yeah, I just committed in a rut a little bit, and it just caught the shifter just right and bent it in the case. So I got stuck in second gear there for a little bit and tried to fix it once. That's when Ryder passed me, and then I'm like, you know, you're in a race, you don't know what you're doing. You put your tools away, and then you go, and instantly I was like, yeah, second gear is not going to cut it the rest of this race. So I took the time to get off the bike and found a rock to pry it out, broke the first rock trying to get the shifter out. So it was just wedged against my ignition cover and found the right rock out there to
right
get
rock,
my
yep.
bike straight. Yeah, so got the shifter bent back out, and, you know, I was in fifth. Not a bad position at all, obviously, for tomorrow. Better than the gate pick I had today where I was like second to last when I showed up. I'm like, oh, cool, guys.
That's
where
on you,
I'm gonna
buddy.
be.
That's on you,
Yeah,
though.
that was on me. So tomorrow I'll have a better start position. But yeah, I got out somehow pretty good, and second reasonably quick. Tristan, I think, had a really dumb mistake in the faster stuff and went down, and looked like I stopped for a second. I'm like, this guy all right? Like, I know he's got a busted up finger, and he hopped up, but I think he was twisting his front wheel straight. So he must have had a decent one, and kind of just cruised around, and Will was like checked out by the time we even got in second. I'm like, all right, I'll just settle here. This guy's finished second in the Erzberg Prologue before, so
Right.
he's ready to go, ready to rip, and this is not quite as technical today. So he was riding really good out there, and I kind of started lollygagging around a little bit, and Tristan reeled me in. Made a terrible mistake midway up backdoor. I was like pathetic the whole second half of backdoor up resolution, and he got me literally on the same spot where I passed like 3 riders the first lap. He took that line. I'm like, it was really hard for me to pass these guys. I'm going to go over here, and I know why I passed them, because I butchered it. So, you know, cruised there in third for a bit, but all in all, it was not a bad ride. Just, you know, nothing crazy today, minus the hang up and having to fix my bike a little bit on the trail. But, you know, I used my engineering degree and found the right rock and
Found the right
got the
rock.
shifter straight.
Well, it's very humbling to know that you guys crash.
I didn't crash.
Well, but you said that you saw Tristan Hart re-straightening his front end, which means he crashed and needed to do that, right? You had to find the right rock. Of all the things you've added to that Yamaha, would you have expected the stock shifter to be the thing that you were going to have to fix?
I actually had a little bit of a concern because, you know, there's been the E-start versus kick-start whole thing, and I was riding my bike that has a special clutch in there, so I basically added like a sleeve cylinder behind the ignition cover, so
Right.
I have an extension, so my ignition cover actually sticks out almost a half-inch more than stock, so I would have been fine on the stock bike or my E-start bike. But
Right.
you know, I chose this bike, and you know, you got to deal with the cards. dealt
Run
to you.
what you brung in that regard, even though
Yeah.
you brung them all. This is the one you threw your legs over first.
Yep.
Well, a lot of us are wondering, like, for you, you've won this thing 6 times. You've been out here many, many other times. To you, what does the terrain feel like? Is it the same as this, that, the other? Is it different again? Like, what did you notice?
Yeah, last year was the best conditions we probably ever had at this event, just with the moisture in the ground. And, you know, we might get some moisture tonight and tomorrow. I guess we'll see. But right now it's unbelievably dry out here. I don't know the last time it rained. And some of the downhills are pretty treacherous, especially like the big slab. I don't know exactly the name, but on the backside of this ridge, kind of the furthest point away. My second lap, you know, everyone else, the amateurs, other pros came down there and got some dust on the rock. I was just a full slip and slide on this massive rock. Just caught a catch berm of boulders at the bottom and stopped. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of gnarly for the amateur guys, because I was puckering a little bit coming down.
Could
that
have
thing.
ended poorly.
Yeah.
Well, let's go. With the 2 laps, you said on the second lap you had to go for a little bit more of a technical area. I think that might have been the switchback
Yeah,
that
that
you were
was the
talking about.
switchback
So
section.
what was the difference there that you felt, and was it the right level of more technical?
Yeah, it's honestly, it could something that's not unbearably nasty. It's just a really gnarly shoot, a couple switchbacks, but to have that on the first lap with all the amateurs, the bottlenecks would just be ridiculous in there. Like, I caught Tristan there. He put a little bit of gap on me after he got past me. You know, I was obviously just kind of riding out of his dust. It's not a huge pressure situation today, right? So I caught him there, and then Ryder caught me there, and like even the top guys kind of bubbled up, right? So first lap, that'd be a lot to throw in the amateurs, but the rest of it is really not crazy technical section. It's just, you know, we've had it there year after year, and I'm done with that. Give me a new thing to ride.
Understood.
It's chewed up. There's just big holes in there.
Yeah. Well, we got a chance to talk yesterday, and one of the things that you were able to, I guess, bring to the world was the rear wheel mechanical rim lock. We're going to call it that right now.
Yeah.
That you're working on, a 360-degree rim lock. Give us a little bit more.
Bead lock.
Bead lock. See, okay, again, bead lock. So tell us a little bit more about that and what's happening there.
Yeah, so there's a company called Nitro Moose, New Tech, I think it's a parent company, but they have this setup called tubeless. So it's basically the modern version of what the tubeless is, the latest rendition. So it, normally we're running mooses and we're running, 2 to 4 rim locks depending on the race to keep the tire on the rim. In this case now I have multiple rim locks all the way around the wheel, so I got to drill holes in brand new rims, which is kind of painful doing it right off the bat with a nice fresh wheel. But yeah, so I have an inner bead lock system. So like the crawlers, they have the exterior bead lock to help keep the tires down when they're running low pressure. So I basically have the same thing, but on the inside of the tire, almost clamping the tire in place. And then I have the exterior piece of a moose inside of it. So it's got that foam insert. So even if I do get a slice and a puncture, I still have the moose's backup. No matter what, my tire's not coming off the rim. There's no risk there. So it feels pretty stable in the desert, even for having a softer setup.
So far, happy with the Yamaha?
So far, we're pretty stoked on it. It's so super fun to ride. The one thing I'm still trying to figure out, just because, I basically started building these bikes in early December, and I've just had one set up that I've been throwing stuff at. I have some special changing the basically internal gearing. Right now it's more of a motocross type setup, and the Austrian bikes and the European bikes have a traditional 6-speed with a wide ratio style.
Right.
And I'm stuck with more of a motocross gearing with third gear just being a little bit closer to second. So the stock gearing is incredibly tall on that bike, and I'm basically doing all the legwork to make the bike good for hard enduro. Like, no one's done this really.
Right.
So, the unfortunate thing now is I'm running a 12-tooth countershaft sprocket up front, and stock is a 1450. I'm running a 1250, so that's basically a gearing change of roughly like 8 teeth in the rear, which is a
big deal.
Huge difference. So I'm trying to get some out of stock WR transmissions and split the cases, and this project is turning into
a project,
an actual project.
Awesome. Well, any changes for tomorrow before we let you go?
Yeah, obviously we're throwing a new tire on. I'm going to make a little bit of suspension changes to the front end. The rear felt pretty good, but obviously this is kind of my first time actually putting the bike to the test at race pace. So out here it's so chunky. My front end was feeling a little bit rigid out there, and I was a little tight with my arms. So just a little bit of changes to the compression and rebound, and probably fresh oil in the transmission and full tank of gas. Call her good.
Give it. All right, man. Well, I know you got quite the program to support, so go make sure you say thanks to all those people, and then we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yep, fired up, ready to go.
Love it, dude. Well, thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Well, hello, Miles.
How's it going, Brian?
I was wondering, I could hear like little shuffling, little bits and bobs going on over there. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, I was lucky enough to come here in the morning and check things out, but then I snuck over to back door and checked out the start, and it was pretty wild.
Nice, dude. Tell me, we talked a little bit with Pam. What did you see while you were out there?
Yeah, I was halfway up the hill and
okay.
Got a great spot and was watching, and Cody Webb just battling it up there. It was a fun chat with him right just now, and it's incredible. I'm obviously from the King of the Hammers Ultra 4 side, but I love dirt bikes. I've just never been into them.
Right.
So I'm just a fan, and to see what they can do on a dirt bike up a mountain that I can, I walked 100 yards and I was out of breath, and then watching some of the guys on the struggle bus, flipping over, falling down, putting their hands on their head, but they never gave up. That's what I loved about it.
It's the toughest thing because, again, as we've talked about this, you don't want to lose momentum. But the second, too, that you're like, you want to hold on to that drive that you feel you have, but you can tell that your weight is starting to slip back. It's so hard to remember, start to pull in the clutch. Because what happens is the second that weight starts to come too far back,
then you're
now
wheeling
there's
it up.
no weight over the front end. What does that front end start to do? Because the rear wheel's digging in, baby. And when
It's
it starts
spinning.
to do that, and it just brings that front end up, and if you don't remember to drive the clutch, you come off the back and you whiskey throttle it, and you just give her the beans, and that back end comes right around.
We saw quite a few of those guys and a couple gals
Yeah.
up there.
And that is not – I don't know that feeling because I've watched it. I know that feeling because
you've
I've
done
it.
Been there, done that, huh?
I could probably give a lesson on the things that you make sure you don't want to do on a dirt bike, unfortunately, just as much of the ones you can do.
I get that 100%. But, yeah, it's been a great time setting up. You got here yesterday, if I remember right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I've been here almost 3 weeks getting everything set up.
Man.
But it's here. We're started. It's going.
It's insane that you guys build Hammertown.
It's a lot of help, though.
Yeah.
The A1 guys do all the tents and the fencing. We have a core group that moved all these containers. This one, TJ and his crew do all the trussing. The Aussies, the Moab crew. I mean, there's 30 main people that do it, and then a lot of other volunteers. We'll have over 200 volunteers during main race week, and to bring it all together, it's incredible.
What again even blows my mind is not just now that I've been out here a handful of times, the size that caught me the first 2 years was how massive this thing is. Because I was still coming out during hammers for the early parts when I was coming out to do motos, but now it's the fact that everything is still in the exact same spot.
Yeah, they actually survey it. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that fire pit's been there for the last 15, 20 years. You know?
It's like it's almost the same. It's like, okay, well, there's that big rock. I'm going to see it again next time I come outside the cafeteria because they don't ever move them.
Yep.
Like, they've just put these things in the same spot. Well, did you get a chance to, besides being there at the start, did you get a chance to watch anywhere else, or did you get a chance to
just the
to
start.
check?
But while I was watching the start, the mountain over, you could see just little ants coming down the other side. That was pretty wild. I didn't exactly know where it was going. On the map, it looked completely different than when you're on foot.
Right. Yeah. And again, going back to, I think 2018 was the first time that it came out a chance to do this, and I think they were just excited because we had a helicopter for like King of the Motos, right? That you guys were then going to be using for hammers. You guys were figuring that out. Now, again, the drone footage that we have and the way that you guys are able to put cameras out, talking about the little ants, that was such a cool shot. So as the start was happening, and then they would make it to the other side of that mountain, the shot of like the riders kind of coming down the ridge.
It's incredible,
it's
yeah.
so cool.
The Hammer
what
King production
you guys are
crew,
able to create,
does some amazing jobs. And George Hamill with the Starlink, that's something cool. We saw Cameron Steele with his little backpack
on the bike.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I was chatting with him at the start line, and he was saying that he hoped he could ride as good as his bike looked. He was pretty stoked about the bike, and he was
we can all pretty up a bike, right? But in the long run, we got to make sure the rider knows what it's doing also. I want to give a quick look because one of the things we've tried to do is make sure that we're updating on some of the other classes. So obviously we've talked about some of the pro classes, but I'm going to refresh and get into the A class. And we'll look at the A30, kind of see who's finishing up in there really quick.
Yeah, kind of get us caught up.
Oh, yeah, so we do have quite a few racers finished there. So we're in the A class right now. We'll go through the top 10, and then we'll switch over to the A30. So, again, this is unofficial. We need to check GPS, things of that nature. But Devin Stevenson in first place, Corin Culvert in second, Brandon Bird in third, Nico Piazza in fourth, Philip Kirk in fifth, DeClean McAhill in sixth, Seth Steiner in seventh, Maverick Thaxton in eighth, Hayden Guest in ninth, and Grady Asplin in 10th. So, again, that's our top 10 there for the A class. And I do just have to give a shout-out in 12th. It looks like my buddy Nick Pooh there about an hour and 3 minutes. So he is not coming through and finished yet. So we do just have that top 10. And, again, if we're talking about times, we saw that Will was in that hour and 45 time frame. Looks like Devin was about 2 hours. So we can kind of see.
15 minutes off ain't bad.
Not too horrible. And then 10th in the A class, 2:15, so 15 minutes behind there. So we'll bring up the A30 and see how our buddy Chris is doing. So those racers in the A30 class, the vet class, have not finished their second lap yet. I would assume that that's going to be happening any time since we've seen at least 10 from the A class having had come through.
And today was 2 11-mile laps, and this is basically a qualifier for tomorrow, right?
That is correct. So there's going to be 15 lines. And so tomorrow is not going to be by class. It's going to be by time. So if one of these A racers had a time that was better than 12th in the pro class, and then
They're
that was
starting right up in
right
the
there
mix,
on that 14 to 16, they could be in that first 15 up there with the pros in that regard. So they're going to do 15. I believe in the past they've had wider rows, but they really wanted to try to make the qualifier a little bit more for something, if you will. And so now that there's only 15 per line and they're going to go off 30 seconds apiece, it's going to be you really do want to be on as forward in those lines as you can be.
Oh, for sure. And tomorrow's a 4-lap race, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
Right?
Yep.
So that's going to be a lot harder, I think.
Yeah. I think one of the things that we need to talk to Justin about, I know we're looking at 8, 9, 11, and 11 when it comes to mileage, but I think too, like because the laps have changed a little bit from last year, is what we think timing will look like on those laps. That's the one thing I don't think we've really dived into too much. And Justin was on the point today. He said about 45 minutes per lap.
And it was boom.
They were there. That was the thing. So I think that'll be good to know. And then, of course, the technicality is going to go up as well tomorrow. So they do ride a little bit of the same laps, but they add on a little bit or maybe even subtract some areas. But the technicality per lap is definitely going to go up.
Yeah, and they got all the rest of the day to obviously tune on their bikes and get everything going. But I saw a couple bikes take pretty good tumbles. So, brake levers, clutch levers, handlebars, get her all checked out and make sure it's good to go.
Yeah, and that is such the tough thing about hard enduro is the parts budget. It is just because when you think about it, when you're trying to get up some of these very steep, very rocky terrains, when you ditch the bike, what is it doing? Well, it's probably going downhill, and it's going downhill into a rock garden. So it's like the fact that some of these bikes even make it through that after quite a few different times being picked up. We got two buddies here. Nope, he said, no, sorry, I am not going to wait for you, sir. He's like, I'd like to follow your track and breathe a little.
And there's Hammertown in the distance.
Oh, yeah, those guys are coming in, man.
Yep. It's been a great opening day for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. Right here is the Monster Energy King of the Motos.
And it's so awesome that King of the Motos gets a chance to be a part of King of the Hammers, right? What
cool.
An iconic way to kick off the U.S. Hard Enduro Series that this event is a big part of. It's so neat.
And then last night at the Laser Nut Fire Pit, bumped into Jeremy McGrath, chatting with him a little bit. He's doing his Whole Shot King. Him and Lou have been working to get that thing going. They'll be this afternoon. That'll be a fun one to watch just off the stage here on the short course.
Oh, yeah. And so we were talking with Ryder LeBlanc a little bit and some of the other riders up here on stage, and these are the silty conditions that we were talking about. And what happens when a rider gets stuck like that, they'll start to just kind of like use the clutch, use the throttle, and what happens is it kind of starts to dig out a silty hole. And so as other riders try to come through there and carry some momentum, there's the opportunity to get stuck is just a little bit higher. And when that happens, as you saw with that rider that was on screen, he needed to back up a couple bike lengths, find a spot that he knew he could collect some momentum to try to get up and over some of those ruts that were forming there in the rocks.
And just to your point there is at the start, the preferred line was the right line. Well, as people got stuck there, that line got clogged up a few times, so they were battling for that center, and saw a couple T-bones. It was definitely a fun one to watch.
We're all going to be here at the same time, unfortunately. We're just coming together. We're looking at the Vet A30 class. Unofficially, it looks like Nick Hatcher is going to be winning the qualifier today, so number 454. There with a total time of 2:18. I'm going to refresh this, though, just to make sure that no more of our A30 guys have come through, because, again, we should be expecting them. Nope, not just yet. So great job, Nick Hatcher. If there are any other pro or A guys that want to come and chit-chat with us, we'd love to have a chance to do that. It does look like we have some more finishers as well in our A class. So in 10th, I believe we talked about Grady. So it looks like in 11th, we've got Michael Udell. In 12th, we've got Boogie Rivera. In 13th, Ian Clady. And then in 14th, Nick Puhachoff. I just call him Nick Pooh, but I'm going to go with Puhachoff. We should do Hachachoff. Puhachoff. Yeah, we're just doing our best up here. But now I understand why everybody calls him Nick Pooh, because that's a lot easier.
And the picture never does it justice, but just how steep that actually is. Gravity's definitely going to help them get to the bottom, but he's taking a little easy there for sure.
Yeah, it looks like he got himself a little bit off to that left of the main line. Maybe that's one of those slabs that Cody Webb was talking about where it's kind of a little bit steeper, a little bit looser. And since he's up there on the rocks there instead of on that trail off to the rider's right, he's like, you know what, this is steeper and it's a little loose. I'm going to just walk this bad boy down so I don't wind up going over the handlebars. Awesome. Well, we did a little bit of bike setup and tire talk yesterday and today, and while we were in the press conference and talking to some of the riders here on stage, but we've actually got some more for you guys. So let's hear about all the setup and tire choices.
One more technical question with bike setup. We've seen gummy tires evolve a lot. Are there any gummy tires that you've seen come that you feel work, and setup too, maybe moose balls that work really good in this terrain for the racers?
So I know the IRC gummy tire lineup, the X-Grip gummy tire lineup, even the Bridgestone E50 Extreme. I've used all three of those out here. Very good. I've used a soft moose, but right now I'm using moose ball setup by Mr. Wolf, and that's been pretty much my go-to.
Hopefully that gave you guys a little bit more insight from what we got from Justin there. That was our race director, kind of our promoter there of King of the Motos on screen, making sure that all of these racers are coming and getting exactly what they want. The hard thing for him over the years, how hard do I need to make it?
Yeah, and he goes out and rides the entire course too. I mean, he's a local. He's comes out here to play, and then he sets up. It takes him, he spends all year. I mean, I follow him on social media, and it's great to see what he does. And he supports the community out here. Wheeler's Ship It Shop, we use them a lot for King of the Hammers, and it's just cool that he just is so passionate about it, and to see what he comes up with is pretty impressive. I remember Jimmy Lewis kind of started this thing. Definitely miss him out here as well. But we get to see him around. Saw him at Nora recently. But to see Justin kind of pick up the torch and run with it, and it's really impressive.
If anybody wants a chance to come out here and ride and learn a little bit of not just riding out here in this terrain, but also a little bit of the GPS navigation that we've been discussing here that happens at King of the Motos, Justin does put on a Moto Madness clinic during December. So I don't know that I have a direct link for you, but I know that we'll find that and we'll be able to put it out. So just look around for Justin Lineweber's Moto Madness. He puts that on out in December, about a month or two before what's going on here for King of the Motos. And that way, those that are going to be out here and maybe have never had any aspect of GPS racing before can learn a little bit more. And also, when you're out here, it's just a different terrain, and a lot of people having come out here for the first time don't realize that until they're on their bike on this terrain. So to get a chance to come out here and learn from someone that's from this area is definitely the way to do it.
Yeah, and it's so amazing with the GPS. You know, I'm not a dirt bike guy, but riding a dirt bike, trying to miss those rocks, trying to not hit this rut, and then follow the GPS, there's a lot of moving parts on there.
Yeah, Cody Webb was mentioned to me before we were doing the interview as we were up here, and Chris was talking with Tristan, that there were multiple times he kind of like in his helmet was said like, sorry, Tristan, because Tristan was following him. He was trying through the dust to like look at his GPS, and he was like, okay, well, I got to take a right. So he would just take a right and then realize he took a right too early. Or then the next time he would take a right and he realized it was too late. And so like every time he was like, Tristan probably thinks I'm messing with him.
Follow the leader.
In the long run, I am just screwing up. I think that's interesting.
That's pretty amazing what these guys and gals can do out there.
Yes. Looks like Nick Hatcher still is our only vet 30 finisher, again, off of what we're seeing there on Moto Tally. So if you were to go to Google or whatever browser you wanted to use, you could type in Moto Tally and search for U.S. Hard Enduro. You'd then be able to click on the live results for King of the Motos 2025. Again, you can also look at Yellow Brick tracking. You can get the YB Races app in the App Store if you're looking to use that. Again, we'll have that. The race is relatively almost over for today. We've got about another 2 hours, about another hour and a half for racers to be able to finish up with their cutoff. But that way you can follow racers tomorrow if that is something you're looking to do. And I know on YouTube the comments are going off, so we are ready to enjoy what you have to say there if you're going to be in the comments watching the live race 1 of the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
And we haven't had any moisture in here for over about 8 months, so the dust is definitely playing its toll. I was hearing a couple of the interviews talking about how nasty the dust is, and it is. And that's just a dirt bike with one-wheel drive. Wait till the four-wheel drive race trucks get out there next week. The dust is going to be it's going to be a thing. Hammerlung is going to happen.
It sounds like there's some moisture coming. Cody Webb mentioned it. Pam Hall mentioned it, and there's a little bit of, is it going to be tonight? Is it going to be tomorrow? Is it going to be Monday, right? It's kind of like, and my biggest thing is I just don't know. Like, if it's going to happen, just don't happen during the race, because that's where it doesn't get a chance to settle. It's going to be sitting on the rocks while they're going over and keeping them slick the entire time. But maybe that's what we want in hard enduro.
We've had snow out here before too.
Oh,
I remember that's probably 6 or 8 years ago for the Everman Challenge they started, and it was just a dusting of snow out in the desert. It was pretty wild.
That is crazy.
How about the e-bike rider or the electric dirt bike guy?
Yeah, that's Stark, man. Super cool. And it's so interesting because in the AMA, so the American Motorcycle Association, there are actually series. Like, I'm going to be racing the National Enduro Series this year, kind of traveling the East Coast and Central Coast, racing that series. You can't race an electric dirt bike in that series because you don't have a class for it. And so if there's no class for it and anything happens, of course, they have insurance. And nowadays, with insurance policies being so fickle, they actually have to tell racers, no, there's no like open class. There's no ride your electric motorcycle in this. And there's also the power
Could that
display.
be changed, I assume?
I would hope so, that it happens. But so because of the fact that when four strokes came around in the sense of what they did when they built the YZ 400F, so that first kind of four-stroke that was liquid cooled here in the dirt bike world in the late 1990s, back then, the AMA had pretty light rules around how many cc's a four-stroke could have. And what they didn't realize is that someone was going to take advantage of that. And Yamaha took advantage of that. So now we're in this cycle where we have these two strokes have almost disappeared from motocross and supercross competition because of the fact that four strokes, they're much more powerful. They're much more easy to create power.
Reliable, too, right?
And a little bit more reliable. And the way that it creates power is also a lot safer, to be completely honest, on some of the triples and things like that these guys are riding.
The low-end torque.
They don't want to create that scenario again. So they're very, very cautious right now with the growth of electric dirt bikes because they don't want to allow them in because it's all electronics, right? They can get into that box and they can change the way that it's going to deliver power. It can have horsepower, things of that nature. That's very different, some of the four strokes and two strokes. And so I think they're trying to be very cautious of how, when, where, what, and why they let those bikes into the bigger aspect of AMA-sanctioned racing, which I'm a little bit negative on, to be completely honest, because I believe...
I like smelling race fuel.
Don't disagree. I'm somebody that thinks it's very cool because there's a lot of engineers and there's a lot of technology that's happening in those motorcycles that has come from a different field.
Okay.
It didn't come up in the dirt bike industry. It's engineers that came from the electric world and they're making a dirt bike. And so I think that they could come in and think different, and I think they could actually collaborate and help us create more efficient, better, cooler, handling better internal combustion engines.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that there could be a cool, coming together. But if we just keep trying to create a divide with them and keeping them out, that's kind of lessened for now. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out. It's interesting, though. The wave of the future is big, for sure. Jeremiah's tuned in, asking about the wrench mic. It's not here yet. It's here. We're just not going to set it up till next week. So
okay.
It's always a fun one to break out.
Yeah, is that what you're best known for, Miles?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
your wrench mic?
Yeah, we accidentally made that up probably 10 years ago. And, yeah, just kind of rolled with it, and it's been a lot of fun. Got about 2,000 viewers out there tuned into the King of the Hammers official YouTube. So thanks to everybody for tuning in and chatting with us.
I do like Alto's comment, though. Barely anyone enjoys watching electric racing. Let's say it. You can't disagree with that statement. When you're next to a two-stroke, a four-stroke, and you can feel that or even just hear it through the TV, like it does give a different type of energy to just like even if you're watching BMX racing, right? And that's what it'll be eventually when there are more forms of electric dirt bike, motocross, supercross, things like that.
Yeah, I was a couple years ago watching some of the rally cars that were electric there in Oklahoma, and yeah, you could hear the roost off the tires, off the fenders, but there's no noise. It was very bizarre.
Yep,
It was fun.
I've heard racers and I've heard riders say the same thing where they hear the tire creating traction, and that's something that they've just never really heard before. Or like they could hear kind of the rocks moving around beneath them, the chain slap there happening at the swing arm. Watching these racers come up, and we've seen this hill a good bit, which it looks like this hill is probably about 7/8 of the way finished. So these are racers, hopefully they're finishing their second lap. We're not sure, but these guys, whatever they're doing, they're definitely in it. So I would assume that this is part of those switchbacks that Cody was talking about where it got a little bit more technical there on the course in their second lap.
And this is a no-chase race, correct? Only your fellow competitors can help you get up the mountain, right?
That is correct, yes. And in the long run, too, even if I've even been at events where it's because we're so far away, it would be very hard for racers to do this, but I've even seen racers quit before, put their bike up, but then stay in their gear and walk out
just
on course
in case, yeah.
just to help.
Oh,
and this is one of those where it's like, that's a little like, so they want that racer to be helping to be like a racer on course. The Gate 3 camper in the house. I love it. So not only are they here camping already for King of the Hammers, but they're like watching this feed from their camper over there at Gate 3. That's cool, Corey. Well, I see, Adam, your comment there with the fake exhaust notes. Dude, we just go back to the BMX days of putting a playing card in the spokes, right? I think that's the best thing to do for e-bikes. And then I see Adam Durante. Oh, it's the same Adam. He's there from Maine. That's even cooler. So we've got someone from Gate 3 in their camper watching right now, but then we've also got somebody all the way over in the northeast of the United States there in Maine watching what's going on. That's so cool. Thanks for being here, guys. We appreciate it. Well, I mean, we've gotten more and more wrench mic requests. I feel like, if nothing else, we just need to get a mic and attach it to a water bottle. I can go grab a part off of Cody Webb's bike. You know, we could have some fun. We'll make a Motos version of Miles's wrench mic.
Weld up a chain or something, maybe?
I'm in. Oh, here we go. We got a rider on screen. That's cool to see. They're trying to figure out where they're even going. Oh, but look at these guys just dropping into that wash. That is so cool.
Kind of like how they're going up and over there. There we go.
Right.
Cut down a little lower.
Yeah. It's one of the, and that's what's so tough about a GPS is that if you're sticking strict to that track, you really do want to follow what the race promoter has asked you to do. But in the long run, too, when you get a bunch of guys together, you can kind of realize, like, oh, the goal is that we're really just heading up this wash. So there's some of those switchbacks. It looks like quite a few riders. Some giving directions, some helping a little.
Yeah, and there isn't really a workaround there, it looks like. So they almost need to get off and help the next guy get out of his way, right?
The workaround is the way up.
Up.
But this is case in point, that lack of momentum, right? And this is where you'll see racers and riders, the Wills, the Tristan Harts, the Cody Webbs, where
from the bottom of this, they're doing their best to make sure that they never stop their momentum. And even when they do, if you watch the way that they recreate momentum, again, we're talking about getting that weight onto the rear wheel. And
There's a happy medium, though, there.
There's very much so. And so what they'll do is they'll get that, they'll make sure they have both feet on the pegs, they'll weight the back end, but then as that bike starts to create traction, they'll throw those hips forward so that the front end doesn't come up. And as that wheel starts to create traction, that's when they start to modulate the clutch, the throttle, and make sure that they keep moving. So now when you're starting to see those little piles of smoke, that's a rider that's stuck and just given a little bit of a hope and prayer that they can push and just wring out that rear tire on that rock and see if they can get somewhere. And a lot of times, that's not the most efficient way to get up these obstacles. It's fun for us to watch, but it's just not efficient. And you can kind of see, too, that big rock right there in the middle of the screen on the lower part. There's like a left-hand side around it, and then that right-hand side where we can see that one rider in the black. You can see there's two more riders. They've found themselves two little paths, so there's a little bit more left and right. And then as you work your way up, you can see there's kind of a high line where you can see the rider, I think it's blue and white gear, and then the one that's a little bit more red and black down a little bit lower like that. But none of them are easy. And the biggest thing is it's because of the fact that the second they lose that momentum and they're on this steep, rocky, loose, nasty, disgusting piece of King of the Motos, that they've got to figure out, how can I create momentum?
And during the King of the Hammers race, I can usually pick out most of the cars out there racing, but these bikes, they're all similar. Can you tell? I mean, obviously, there's a few of them you can tell the bike and the helmet, but it's pretty tough, isn't it?
It is, and so and that has been one of the things that we've asked of some of these. Like, I wouldn't say that the U.S. Hard Enduro Series is small, but some of the smaller series is consistency with front panels and side panels with numbering, because of the fact that it's very hard for us when we do have an opportunity like this to be able to call these events, to be able to see everything that's happening. So they may get their number here when they sign up and their number 87, but they've got their local race number on their bike everywhere except for the very front where they put that 87. There's very few times that we ever get to see them directly head on to ever even see that number 87 to be able to then know that it's rider, John Doe.
Yeah.
Because we're maybe looking at the side panels trying to figure out, like, why doesn't that number match? And so that consistency with the series is something that we're always hoping for, because, again, it just makes it a little bit easier for everybody watching to be able to support their rider.
And speaking about that, they're kind of asking who is watching from where. I see Glamis, Montana, South Dakota. New Zealand, I think, the outdoorsman is winning that one for now. I wonder what time it is over there in New Zealand right now.
I don't know. That's a great question. They're like a whole day ahead of us, I believe.
We'll see if he gives us a heads up.
Oh, and look at that, Adam. We were talking about great Northeast convoy to King of Hammers next year. Like, how cool would that be, though? You wind up realizing, there's a bunch of people from the Northeast watching this together. Then you wind up rock crawling together or whatever, and then all of a sudden you're like, dude, let's do it. Let's hit Hammers, right, and have a whole convoy together.
That's how it all comes together.
That would be pretty neat.
Yeah, I've made a lot of great friends out here, meet new people every year, and meet some of my best buddies that I only hang out with once a year here at the Hammers.
Right.
Been coming since 2009 and haven't missed one since.
Well, some of those buddies you're lucky enough to only have to see once a year, too.
And a couple of them are right over in the corner.
Yeah, I was going to say me, but whatever. It was fine.
Nathan and Colin over there just making sure the audio sounds good. Caleb's switching the shots. Chris is keeping everything running smooth. The Take It Live team always does us right. So it's 9:30 in the morning tomorrow in New Zealand.
Sunday. Wowzers.
That's pretty awesome. We got a few of our New Zealand Ultra 4 New Zealand guys and gals. I think they landed in L.A. Yesterday, so they should be about on the lake bed.
That's so cool. Yeah, and then for Hammers, you guys just pull people from literally the world.
Yeah, we have a ton of Aussies, a ton of Kiwis, the New Zealand. Malta. All right, tuned in from Malta as well. I hung out with, I can't remember his name, but I got stuck in a car with him, or not stuck with. I needed a ride after a pre-show years back, and Dave's like, hey, hop in with him, and he'll take you where you're going. I was all right. And he was from Malta, and I'm a good old boy, so it was a very interesting conversation. We had a lot of fun, both giving each other a hard time.
I think one of the other hard enduro events is the Tennessee Knockout that happens in August, traditionally in August there in Tennessee, in Saskatchewan at the Trials Training Center, is another event that brings in a lot of racers from around the world. Now, we're talking about e-bikes. That is an event that does have an e-bike class, and so does the U.S. Hard Enduro Series, but that is one that we've seen grow throughout the years. We noticed there's quite a few manufacturers now bringing their electric dirt bikes to that event. So you're kind of seeing the Ultra Bs from Suron and mults of those styles where they're like big mountain bikes with electric engines, and then those like Dust Moto and Stark Vargs where they're essentially full-size dirt bikes, but electric. And it's pretty neat to see the growth of that.
Pretty wild. All right, well, we got some more riders. I keep saying race cars. More riders coming down, clicking through.
This is that section we saw another rider kind of walking down a little bit earlier. So, yeah, you can see them tiptoeing. So it's got to be a little treacherous.
And speaking about electric bikes, we're going to have the electric unicycles, the Ultra One. They're going to be coming down short bus next week. It's going to be pretty wild.
Okay, wait. Break that down for me. What's happening?
So I think there's 10 of them, and they're on electric unicycles. They're going to race down short bus towards us here in Hammertown. And they're going to be full geared up. It's I did a little bit of research and did a YouTube on it. It's pretty nuts.
Will there be any deaths?
I hope not. But I'm sure it's going to hurt.
Holy smokes. That's going to be cool. I'm going to have to check in for that for sure.
Down in Baja, over in Hawaii. Guatemala. Man, they're tuned in all over the world for the Monster Energy King of the Motos.
Miles is a unit of measurement. You got quite the fans in there, don't you, Miles?
Every once in a while. Well, Brian, I'm going to kick you out of here for a little bit, let you go get some lunch, and we'll see you here in a little bit.
Love it. Well, thank you for the conversation, Miles. It has been a hoot as always. I'll be back here shortly.
Yeah, buddy. Well, welcome back, Chris. Great to have you back here in the booth. And I think I'm going to sneak out as well and bring in Pam.
Well, that sounds like a great idea. Miles, awesome job you and Brian did. Lots of good information. Now I get to go and play with Pam a bit.
Yes, it's awesome to always be up here with you. Last year was our first time actually working in the booth together, and it was a blast, and you're a wealth of knowledge. And, yeah, and Miles, I mean, him and I work together all year long, so we're used to each other, but I love working once a year here with you.
Well, I'm working with Brian also.
Yes.
Brian knows a lot of the stuff about the hard enduro. Now, I come from a motocross background and a Grand Prix background, and I did a handful of years with the enduro cross stuff, so I did get to know quite a few of the riders that are in front of us here. But, Pam, you're involved all over the country. I mean, you're what, North Carolina?
I'm in North Carolina, correct, yes.
Uh-huh.
That's where I live. But I'm all over the United States and Baja now. So.
Well, I was just talking to her yesterday, and I said, you know what? It looks like you're gone more than you're at home.
It feels like it.
Yeah. I know a couple years ago I had like 32, 33 big race weekends a year, and I'm down to about 20 now, but still 20 is quite a handful.
It is. I mean, you think about it, there's only 52, weeks in a year, and
Right.
you're gone 20 of them. I mean, I up there in the numbers, but I don't complain. It's so much fun, and we only live once, so live it to the fullest, right?
Well, the story is here. It's not what we do. It becomes a big part of who you are.
Exactly.
And I've known people for decades. I was just, talking to Scott Bell. I grew up with Scott Bell. And of course, his brother Mike, many time champion. His brother Brett also. And I've known the whole Bell family all the way to Bill Bell, who was the owner of Long Beach Honda back in the day. So, but talking to Scott, he's best friends with Jeremy McGrath. He come up with this idea for this whole shot thing. So
I'm so
we're
stoked for that.
Yeah, we're going to be talking to a couple people here about that. We'll be doing that later this afternoon.
Yes, exactly. I see they're all getting registered over there at their booth and everything, but that's going to be so much fun to watch. I've never seen it.
Well, we did last handful of. Here comes Scott now. In fact, we'll get a chance to talk to Scott too. What the heck?
Scott and Lou.
Scott and Lou. That's right.
Here, you know what? I'm actually going to do this because you're the wealth of knowledge with all of the moto stuff. I'm going to step off my headset, and I believe we have Scott coming in on that one, so I will just switch off here. You're going to get on mine, Lou. All right, so I'm going to step out. So, Lou, go ahead and take my seat, and I'll be back.
Awesome. Now let's patch Scott Bell with me over here, and Lou on the other side.
You got Mike in front of me.
I
got you. Sounds good.
Put it right in front of you. Yep.
I
Thanks,
just heard
Pam.
you talking about Long Beach Honda days.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well,
those were the days.
Your dad built some of the gnarliest Hondas back in the day.
Yeah. I found a C&J.
Did you?
Yeah, it's got the bones. I need to make it.
One of my favorite bikes to ride was a good friend of mine's had a 412.
Oh yeah.
From Long Beach Honda in a C&J.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Well,
that's history.
This is Lou.
Hi, Lou.
How's it going?
Chris Johnson. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. We're excited to be out here.
Yeah. So people are going crazy signing up for this whole shot thing now.
I love it. Right. Well, we've been coming out here for years, and we've been on the four-wheel side of things for years. And we just fell in love with Johnson Valley and King of the Hammers, and it's part of our annual trips that all of our friends get together. And this year, Dave invited us to come out and do the Whole Shot Kings and also put on a Grand Prix. So we want to introduce all of our motocross buddies to the desert and come out here and spend a weekend and camp and not just go to the local track and pound out some laps, but actually spend some good quality time with your buddies out in the desert and put together a race course and this Whole Shot Kings. And so far, so good. Successful as it keeps growing. More people keep walking up and signing up. So we're going to have some fun here in about an hour.
Well, now, we did kind of a debut probably about 8 or 10 years ago out of Glen Helen during a day in the dirt. But this past year, we did it again with Jeremy involved. Now, Scott and you.
And Lou.
And Lou.
Yep.
And Jeremy as well. How many riders signed up for that thing at a day in the dirt?
Oh, there was like 60 of them. And we didn't have any. We showed up, and we had 0 riders. We go, well, let's see if this is going to work. And Scott really threw a couple bikes up there. They started doing starts. All of a sudden, we had 500 people on the sidelines.
Everyone's like, this is neat.
Yeah, it's neat. And it's so spectator friendly. It's easy to understand. It's a drag race. You win, you go to the next round. You lose, you go sit down.
Good old style bracket racing. I used to take. I had a 72 Vega GT. And I built the motor in the thing. It was so sick. Had really good handling package on it and stuff. But I used to go to Orange County Drag Strip for the bracket racing. I made it to the semis twice.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Lou earlier. Brother Brett, he had a drag car, and you get all set up, and you pay $200, and you buy your fuel, and you work on this thing all week, and you go and you blow the start. You're done. You're going home. Right. You're going home. You red light. You're going home. Or someone just beat you. You're going home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to give these guys a few practice starts so they can get used to the grate, which we're using.
It is. It's official. It's
traditional
steel
Supercross,
grate,
steel grate. And then we're taking it a little bit old school, though, so we're not doing a starting device. So you have to have a little bit of clutch control and throttle control. So that makes it interesting. And that's pretty much the rules. You run a stock swing arm and no whole shot device. And it's a run what you brung. We have a 500 class, which is 450 through two-stroke 500, and then a 250 class. And I believe there's a couple of Starks out here, so those guys are going to go head-to-head on the e-bikes too. So should be a lot of fun. We're going to get cracking here and have our main events go from about 3, 5, and then I know there's a couple of grudge matches that I hear about. I think maybe Jeff Matasevich was going to challenge Jeremy, and I heard Ty Davis challenged him, and then our very own Justin here, who runs the King of the Motos, brought his 500 out. So Jeremy's got some work to do tonight. It'll be fun to watch.
Well, a lot of people don't realize this. This is bragging rights too on top of that.
That's
know?
right.
Yeah.
You dig
Well,
up.
it all starts at the start.
It all starts at this.
And no, sir. I mean,
does.
you're going to watch Supercross tonight. The guy that get the whole shot in either class has a lot better chance of winning or podium than if he starts 10th. The competition is stiff. I mean, you've got to get a good start these days.
That's right.
Outdoors, not as important because you got a lot more time and, if you're digging. But as you can see this season, if you don't get a good start, if you make a mistake.
So Scott knows my background really well. You probably don't. But one of the things that I was really good at was a starting instructor during motocross.
Uh-huh.
So I ran all the CMC Golden State and Transcals all the way from the mid-'70s to 1990. And one of the things I used to do during practice was grab a handful of riders and do practice starts.
Yeah.
So I've had, guys like Matasevich, Ty Davis, Jeremy. God, the list is huge. Mike Healy, Willie Surratt.
Right.
They've always gone through my starting schools.
Well, and one of the funnest things to do when you go race is get those jitters and get on the starting gate. Like that's the part that we all live for. Is getting on that
Gunfighter,
gate.
you're fully
You don't know
full
what's going to happen.
concentration.
Everybody has the chance.
Yeah.
So, when Scott came up with this idea that he did, at Glen Helen years ago, Day in the Dirt, we started doing it, and Jeremy and I lined up on the dry lake bed just to do a little promo, and we took off together, and we turned around like, okay, that was fun. I still have that same feeling. So we just kept turning around, and you get better each time. You start to figure it out. So there's a lot of technique just in that start. So it's gonna be a good time. And then tomorrow, I want to talk about the Grand Prix, which is also something really cool that hasn't happened out here before. Like we're going to be racing dirt bikes on that infield short course, which hasn't happened. We're going to have some high-speed sections, and then we're going to take it into the desert and around a little bit of rock. So we have a nice hybrid Grand Prix motocross desert race going on tomorrow too.
Of course.
So it's about a 3.5 mile course. It's not huge. We decided, quality over quantity, try to get as much water into the ground as possible, dust control. So it should be, probably 5-6 laps for a Grand Prix, 40 minutes, 45 minutes. And we have a bunch of pros signed up. So we have practice from 8 to 11 tomorrow, and then we're going straight into the first race, the pro race, and the intermediates will take off at noon, and then we'll have a race at 1, 2, and 3 o'clock.
Wow, too bad I'm announcing this thing. I would announce that for you. But
yeah.
I'll come and do the drag racing tonight with you guys.
I'd love that.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds like a lot of fun. And, thanks for having us over here. We appreciate it. We want to thank Dave and Justin. They've been awesome. Abe, Ben, a lot of the guys here just put in the extra work, and they've been so good to us. And we're looking forward to coming back here for many years. I think this is a start of a really cool moto weekend.
Well, and then changing it up with the whole shot and with the Grand Prix for tomorrow. Now, I thought the Grand Prix was going to be today, but I was wrong on that. It's tomorrow.
Yeah.
But it's going to be going all day long, too.
Yeah. I mean, the goal is next year everyone figures it out and they come out on Friday and they camp for a few nights and have fun out here in the desert. And like Scott and Jeremy, we're going to be out here 4-wheels, too. So we're going to be out here for a few weeks just like everybody else. We love it out here.
Oh, and this whole concept of King of the Hammers, King of the Motos is just so cool. And just every single year seems to grow more and more and more and get crazier and crazier. It's so funny, though. A lot of people that don't come, that hear about it, they think, oh, yeah, it's like Burning Man or something like that. Yeah, we have crazy people running around, but we don't have that type of crazy people. These are all race-related individuals, some of the top racers in the world in a lot of different aptitudes,
That's right.
And they all come together. We all have a big old bonfire at nighttime.
Yeah, we love that. The talent that's around that campfire during this event is amazing. You'll be sitting there not knowing, because you see a lot of guys in their helmets or driving suit. You'll be sitting next to Shannon Campbell and talking to him, or you'll be next to Cameron. And our Jeremy, just for instance, like we're hanging out by the fire and we're all just motorsports enthusiasts. Like no one's bigger or smaller. We're all here for the same reason, to have a blast.
Well, great job. And, both you and Scott, thank you so much for being out here and doing this on top of that. And I know Dave and Justin are really glad that you guys come out too. But it adds another flair to our entire program. And we want to invite everybody to come out by the finals this evening. What's a good time to go out here and watch this thing?
I would say it's going to get real interesting between 4 and 5.
Okay.
So that's when we'll have the brackets down to probably the final 8, and then it goes to 4, 2, and then Jeremy's going to have to do his job.
Oh, what a gas.
Yeah.
Great concept. Love the idea. And how long you been involved?
Well, I've been in motorsports, I would say, most of my life. Same thing. I was holding events on my block at my street, collecting a nickel from every kid and having races. So I've been a promoter probably since I was about 8 years old. And I've been racing ever since. I raced bicycles, raced motorcycles. Jeremy and I met just right after high school. So we've been doing events, videos out in the desert. We've been,
Remember 50 Nuts and
we did Steel Roots, we did Sandblast. We've done a bunch of motocross movies too. So
you should see. You're kind of a contraption guy. You should see some of the things he used to build to stick on the back of a CR250 with a big old camera on it.
Yeah, the old days when there was no GoPros. We were using film.
There was no GoPros.
16 millimeter film. It was not easy.
Yeah,
but,
go back. I was one of the announcers for Raz Video.
Nice.
The guys carrying those ikigamis around, with 35 pounds on their shoulder.
Yeah.
Right?
You got to give a lot of respect to, Bruce Brown and guys that made on any Sunday, and those first-time movies are epic. And the first time I watched that was like, that's what I wanted to start making movies after we watched that. And you want to go to the desert, and that's the kind of thing we're doing with our movies too. It's got to be something feel good that after you're done watching it, let's go riding.
Well, think about that. The technology back in '69 wasn't that strong, but the quality of On Any Sunday was huge at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way above.
One of the best films ever. Absolutely.
It was.
Yep.
Yeah,
all right. Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I'm going to get back to work over there, make sure this course is ready. And, anyone just wants to come over and watch, we're going to have some music playing and announcing. And it's going to be a blast.
I'll come over and join you in a little bit.
I love it. Okay.
Right,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Lou.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Chris.
Scott. Good seeing you guys. And of course, that's Lou and Scott Bell. Of course, Scott, younger brother of Mike Bell, older brother of Brett Bell. And their dad, famous Honda mechanic for many, many years.
Okay.
Owned Long Beach Honda back in the day. So.
Well, very good conversation there with them. It looks like we got a couple of riders that were helping each other out just now in the last clip that was up. Couldn't quite make out who it was, but like Miles was saying earlier on, a no-chase race, as we know, and only the other riders that are out there with you can help you.
Yep, no assistance from anybody else except for other riders.
Exactly. Lots of people chiming into the YouTube channel, watching from all over the world, which is awesome as well. Thank you guys for tuning in. Tomorrow's going to be a whole nother day and a whole nother start line. That's going to be another amazing start line like today. I wish you were out there with me because, Chris, I know you've seen it. I mean, you watch it from here. You've seen it in person, but it's just a whole different ballgame when you're like right there, right up front for the start.
Well, just like Chocolate Thunder. Yesterday we walked halfway up it, just stumbling over those big boulders. And you guys got to ride over it with your motorcycles tomorrow.
Exactly.
So look into that. So tomorrow, our lap number 1 is going to be 8.2 miles. And it took Justin about an hour and a half with 1.2 gallons of fuel. And then lap number 2 is 9 miles long. It took another gallon and a half of fuel. Maybe be prepared for extra fuel because if you start spinning wheel and start getting into some gnarly rocks and, you don't get as good a mileage in first gear as you would in second or third.
Right.
Lap number 3 is going to be 11 miles. Now there's an added section to that 11 miles for lap number 4 that goes up to the finish, and it's going to be a big surprise. We're not going to tell you where it is, but Justin will be putting that up while everybody's out on lap number 3.
And that's going to be, he's told us about it. You know about it too, I think so. Do you know about it also?
I do.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be an awesome finish to watch.
It'll be a gas. So, like Lou was saying, Lou and Scott talking about, a little bit later this afternoon for the Jeremy McGrath Whole Shot King here at the King of the Motos. And
yes.
It's the first time here for King of the Hammers and King of the Motos and doing it. And we're going to set a new tradition in stone here today.
Yes, we are. And right now the schedule that is up for King of the Motos tomorrow. Tomorrow it has the each lap mileage, but our awards will be roughly around 5 p.m. tomorrow as well. So if you guys at home that are watching or even out here that are, we want to know, who do you guys think is going to be the next King of the Moto? I mean, Cody Webb is 6-time winner. Will he make it a 7th? Or, we have new riders out here as well, but that's always my thing is, who do you think is going to be the winner? the
I know.
overall winner.
Will Reardon looked really good, and so did Ryder LeBlanc. Both youngsters got targets on the backside of both Tristan Hart and Cody Webb.
Exactly. And Tristan Hart, he's also a 2-time King of the Motos overall winner as well. So
And 2024 Hard Enduro champion as well.
Exactly. So it's really cool to see these riders out here taking over, racing out here multiple years, taking on this endurance racing like they do. And it's a completely different ball game of racing that I'm normally used to because I do normally Ultra 4 stuff. So it's all four-wheel vehicles. So, Chris, let's talk about you for a minute. You've been in this industry for a really long time. And you said, you've cut back a little bit on traveling, but what all do you do exactly? Like, I know you were telling me about some mammoth stuff too.
Yeah, in fact, this is my first year. I've been doing the Mammoth Mountain qualifiers for Mammoth Motocross for the last 15 years. But the promoters had their already staff set for all these decades. Tom White used to be the announcer for Mammoth Motocross. Dave Brochus has been up there a handful of times. Of course, Dave started out with the Hammers up until a couple of years ago, and we lost Dave, and he had a bunch of health problems. And, of course, Dave worked with Brian Pierce one year, and he couldn't work anymore, and he suggested that I come in to the realm of joining King of the Motos. So, but back up a little bit. I grew up 3 miles from Ascot Park. So, Ascot Park in Gardena, California, world-famous dirt track. Well, back in the late 60s, Stu Peters come up with the idea of doing a motocross at a couple different racetracks. Lions was one of them, and he ended up getting involved with Saddleback and Carlsbad and started a motocross, a night motocross at Ascot. So 13 years old, I hadn't started racing yet. I just started working, started flagging and helping out putting on the races. So by the mid-'70s, I ended up being a chief official for CMC.
Oh, wow.
So Golden States, Trans-Cals, and we did West Coast Supercross as well.
Nice.
So I got to be involved with all that. Traveling all over the Western United States, doing races, Mexico, Canada, and of course all over California, Utah, Nevada, and Arizona. So working these races all my life, ended up in 1984 assisting a junior speedway program at Ascot, just helping out. And Bruce Flanders, my announcing mentor, he calls me up to the tower while we're volunteering for this junior speedway program. And Bruce goes, "Chris, come up here. I got to talk to you." I come up to the tower. I go, "What's up, man?" He goes, "So I'm in my early 20s, okay, at this time." And he goes, hands me the microphone. I go, "What do you want me to do?" He goes, "Just talk about what you see." He goes, I gotta take a piss." And that's Bruce Flanders, Indianapolis 500 announcer, Toyota Grand Prix of Long Beach. He's done a bunch of Supercross races. And I'm going to tell you something since you kind of commentate too. Now Bruce is he left us about, I think, 8 or 10 years ago, and got huge loss in the industry. But one time Bruce tells me, he goes, "You kind of grew up racing off-road, right?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay, when you're riding along and you look and you see a rock in front of you, what do?" I said, "You look away from the rock. You don't look at the rock. You never look at the rock. You look away from the rock so you don't go and plow yourself into the rock." And, and Bruce goes, "Right. Now, take announcing into a microphone, the exact opposite of what I'm telling you. You take your voice and you imagine your voice surrounding the microphone. Think about that. Instead of not looking at the rock, you look and you concentrate on the microphone so you sound. That's words from one of the best in the world announcers. And so I got to announce a couple outdoor nationals at Glen Helen, speedway races all over the place. Enduro cross, I got to do a handful of years doing the enduro cross scene, and I've been doing all the Grand Prix for the NGP for the last 20 years, and I did Work Series for the last 5 years up until last year. And a little bit of cutback here and there. They decided not going to have an announcer for the Grand Prix, so I gave my buddy a call, Myron Short, over at 2X. I've been doing a lot of his qualifiers, and so I got the the lion's share of all of his announcing,
Nice.
including Mammoth, California Classic, and the Fall Classic.
I like
So-
it. You're well-rounded in this sport, that is for sure. You've been all over the place. Lots of
Yeah.
experience, right?
I guess, you know,
And
I
it's
got
the experiences that help you do this, right? I mean, if you didn't have the experiences, you wouldn't be able to talk about it.
well, like I said earlier, it's not what we do; it's a big part of who we are.
Exactly.
You know, I got to be a AMA road racing announcer and a Weir Pro Series announcer, and I was one of the first 3 jet ski promoters in the country.
Nice.
And I put on a world-class jet ski race in the late '80s that not many people has even touched the base with that. So, in fact, we're talking to Scott Bell, one of our really good friends, Bill Chapin, who used to be Jeremy McGrath's mechanic, and Bill passed away a couple of years ago, but in my opinion, he is the world's greatest jet ski mechanic, and he had world championships in the speed and everything else. And he's been here involved with a lot of the other racers and stuff too. But just a couple names, but I get to go down. I get to call the shots for the Jeremy McGrath hole shot tonight.
Nice. That is awesome.
that's gonna be
That'd
fun.
be fun. I'm doing their awards. I'm supposed to do their awards.
Awesome. Well, we
get to work together again.
We work together again, and we will work together in the future for sure.
Exactly.
too.
And we have
Yeah.
tomorrow still yet to go, and I can't wait for tomorrow. This day 2 is always probably my favorite.
So what's your feelings now? Now this is Saturday's race. Theoretically, and I've been saying this theoretically, the prologue pretty much
Pretty
really
much.
is. Yep. It's a qualifier for tomorrow. What's your feelings? Do you think today should be included in the overall with tomorrow?
Well, that's kind of how moto goes, right?
It does.
It's how it goes. So I've gotten used to it in the moto world, in the 4-wheel vehicle world. It to me doesn't mesh, but I mean, it gives you a second chance. So somebody has a bad day today, they can have an amazing day tomorrow, and it can give them the overall. So I understand it. So I kind of do like it. I don't think it should be one race each day. I do like how they do the overall, day 2. So day 1, day 2, combine it, and then there's your overall winner.
But last night in our press meeting, both Cooper Abbott and Cody said no, they want to have the final on the last day. Everything qualifying up to it, they don't want to have
Yeah.
2 motos like motos.
Right.
But I feel the same way you do. I think at least something needs to be accounted for Saturday besides just a qualifying position.
Right. I mean, because you could technically, if you didn't want to push it hard on Saturday, you could just go out there or not even qualify, basically, right? Have a rear start or whatever, however that works for motos. But and you can go out on Sunday and win it. So having it combined definitely makes it more interesting because, like we're just saying, somebody can have a bad day today and tomorrow an awesome day and finish, on the top spot or even top 5. Also, it's a points race for them too.
Now, I share the announcing duties with John Bethea, who's been announcing races since 1968. Still to today, he's a Saturday at the Glen announcer at Glen Helen. Still,
Oh, wow.
after all these decades, and then Greg Barbacovi, who his family owns LACR, and he grew up doing CRC.
Huh.
And anyway, we do the World Vet, the W World Vet. Thank you, Miles. And it's a 3-moto format. So you combine all 3 motos during the course of the day for these veteran racers. For example, our 70-plus class, 70 years and older. Good friend of mine, Brent Wallensford, he's a many-time Baja champion. He won 2 of the motos, beating out Gary Jones, 4-time 250 national outdoor champion.
Oh, wow.
And Gary won 1 of the motos. Brent won the other 2, and he beat him by 1 moto. Where Gary got 2nd place in the other 2.
Yeah, it's kind of it's tricky. So before I knew motos and really learned about it, I'm still learning. I don't 100% know it, to be honest. I mean, like I said, I keep coming back to this because I come from the four-wheel world. So learning how a moto format works was very confusing to me at first. I'm like, it does not make sense. Like you were saying in the press conference, today a qualifier, tomorrow, final, and don't combine them. And I totally get that concept because that's where my brain was when I originally started working motos. So, but now that I understand it a little bit more, that it makes sense to combine them and then.
Well, for
all of that.
example, in Supercross, you have a couple of heats. You take 22 riders from each heat. You take the 9 top riders from each of those heat. They go directly to the main. You have a last chance qualifier. One qualifier, you get 4 riders. You end up with 22 for the main event off of those 3. But you think, well, what about those poor riders in the last chance qualifier that finished 5th place and back? They still theoretically done 2 motos, qualifier and the last chance. So they're not. It's not like they just did one race and they're out of it for sure. You know.
Yes.
But for my own mind and the way I like it, I think if we were to have at least half points on Saturday compared to the full points on Sunday, at least count both of them together to make the champion for King of the Motos.
Right, exactly. I'm looking at the screen behind you. I was watching where they were at. They come down the mountain right there. But this is, I believe, is the 578. And let's see, I don't have my list right here. 578. I think that is Trip Adam. Or Adam Tripp, excuse me. He is in a senior 40-plus class. So do you want to give us a rundown on this? Because I remember last year I wasn't like the A, B, and C classes. Last year we obviously know what a pro class is, but you kind of went through it because I know there's people at home that might not know all the differences in the classes. I mean, we obviously have 19 classes out here racing this weekend, but like I said, obviously a pro, but what is an A class?
A class is expert. Well, and some aptitudes will have a double A, which is actually over the threshold to being pro. They race for money, but it's considered a double expert class.
Double expert.
Okay, but we don't have that. We have A, which is expert, B, which is intermediate or amateur, and C is your novice.
Okay.
Okay.
I like it. Yeah, we went through that last year, but there's people at home that might not know, like when we
Right.
say A class or whatever, it's really cool to give that information out, that is for sure. But yeah, we had 171 entries and then like 19 classes. It's Justin, I don't know how he functions outside of this.
Justin's an animal.
He
You know,
is.
what he does out here, people don't realize, he starts working on this thing in the summertime,
He's already probably working on next year's now,
probably.
more than likely.
But he does know this terrain like the back of his hand. He just lives down the road.
Right, exactly.
So, and I've given all sorts of kudos to Justin. And if you by any chance have a Harley Davidson and you want to go and spruce it up a little bit and put it some big cams, Justin's the man to talk to. His family business owns and builds custom high-performance cams for Harley Davidsons. So good stuff for Justin, but
Definitely.
he's a hard-working individual. Like in 2012, he rode King of the Motos for the first time on his KX500.
Yeah.
I raced 500s for quite a few years. I did CR, a couple of KTM 500s, and a KX500. And I tell you what, you know, Justin's fair build like I am. Well, he probably has a couple pounds on me. But still, on a 500 and all these rocks and stuff, that's gnarly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all of it's gnarly. Now, another thing, too, I don't know if you know about this. Do you know about the King of the Hammers app that you can download on your phone?
Yes.
Okay, so I knew about it, but I didn't have it downloaded on my phone, and I don't know why I didn't, but it is so cool. So, like, if you are at home wanting to know what's going on, or even within Hammertown here, you can go on the app as long as you download it, and you can go to schedule, and it will give you every day's schedule. It'll tell you where it's at, what type it is, the Hammertown happenings. There's so much stuff going on here in Hammertown as well. Merchandise store, it gives like when they're open and every information about it. But if you're at home and you want to know what events are going on out here because you're having some FOMO because you're not here,
Well, we
you
got a
should
big
get out
party
here.
tonight, if I remember right, over at 40, right?
I would have to look right here on my schedule.
Oh, there you go. But, of course, and I haven't got confirmation yet, but I know last year we put Supercross on the big screen out here.
Yeah, that's what you were saying earlier. Yeah, that would be really really cool to get that out there. But
So who's your favorite tonight for Supercross?
I honestly, I'm not sure. I can't tell you because I don't watch Supercross all the time, and this is horrible because I'm up here, helping with motos. But coming from that four-wheel world, I don't really watch it that often. So I don't really have a pick. I mean, like Deegan, of course, know the family and stuff, so it's kind of cool to cheer them on and everything. But then also Ryder DeFrancisco, he grew up in Bakersfield. That's where I'm from, and to see him now.
I didn't know
doing
you were from Bakersfield.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I know his mom and dad, and like I've known him. I've met them when he was just little and on the teeny tiny 50 or whatever. But so I'm rooting for him really because hometown boy and seen him since he was little, and he's worked
super
hard.
nice kid.
Super nice kid, and
I've
he's
known him
worked hard.
since he's on 50s.
Yeah.
Yep. I know his dad really well too, right? Randy.
Yep.
Randy's so cool. Randy raced Speedway, by the way,
Yes,
for
he
quite a
did.
few years. He still does once in a while. And then,
Yeah. So it's really cool. It's really cool to see somebody from my hometown like up in the Supercross.
another
and
one that's
racing.
doing fairly well now, and he's got pulled up a whole shot last week. Jet Reynolds.
Oh yes.
And I know his dad real well too.
I think
Jeff.
he's from Bakersfield too, right?
He is.
Yeah, I
Uh-huh.
don't know Jet. I don't think I know Jet, but
Actually, Jeff right now is the promoter for Taft for Honolulu Hills, promoter for KCRP in Kern County. They're at the raceway, which is some call it Harvick Raceway.
well, my son won a championship there in 2019, and it was before it was Harvick, right? But
Did he?
I grew up with Harvick too.
Uh-huh.
But that's a great facility. When they built the moto part of it, I mean, I know it was busy all the time, and that's such a good place to go train at as well. Like I know Ryder would go out there all the time and everything, but it's a great facility out there for sure. But how cool? How cool is that?
Neat stuff. It's all part of our California history for sure.
Exactly.
So-
Exactly. And it's kind of funny when you look at like certain towns and like the talent that comes out of them. It's like, what's in that water? Should we go there and have that water? Because so many like the Mears, obviously the Mears,
Right.
they're from Bakersfield as well. So it's a lot of moto and circle track talent has came out of Bakersfield. Not too far from here. About
Nope.
2 hours.
Same thing with Taft.
Exactly.
Yep.
Taft, yeah. Honolulu Hills is fun.
That's an awesome place. Yeah, I know Daryl and Darren really well. I've known both those guys for over 40 years.
Yeah.
And kind of interesting. Greg Barbacovi just did a race over there at Honolulu Hills.
Okay.
And they call it the World Electric Motocross Bike Championship.
Oh, so there's a whole series?
Starting it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I think they had 120 entries for their very first race.
Okay.
Just
That's
trying
a
to spark
lot.
the interest with Stark Varg.
That's a
and
lot
couple
of
others.
entries
Uh-huh.
for e-bikes.
Oh, yeah.
Are they considered e-bike? Is that what they're called? E-moto or e? Huh. That's a lot of entries for that. That's pretty cool.
So I'm seeing in the future, and Brian could probably vouch for this as well. With the advent of the e-motocross bike, as they're starting to come into play, there's some advantages and disadvantages. One of the disadvantages, they weigh 30 pounds more than a regular motorcycle.
Okay.
They weigh a lot.
Yeah, the batteries are heavy probably.
Batteries and the motor as well. A lot of windings, a lot of copper, a lot of extra weight.
Yeah.
Then
Not as much as that adventure this morning though.
oh yeah, that's right. But they don't have the longevity of a regular motorcycle. Their batteries die and they start petering out. I remember I think it's about 15 years ago now, at Paula, at one of our Day in the Dirt, and Scott and Brent Harden jumped on board a Zero, and they tried the coup de grace and a Zero, and they changed out the batteries a couple times. They finished on a Zero motorcycle. And that's about 12, 15 years ago.
Oh wow.
So
Wow. Crazy.
Scott Harden, he's like 5-time Baja 1000 champion from Nevada.
So we have lots of people tuning in again from all over, loving the show and everything. Have you paid attention to how many finishers we've had already? By
No.
chance? I need to look up that number to see how many we've had come through and how many are still out on the race course. And what was the fastest time today? Will was an hour and 38 minutes? I think. Hour something?
Hour 38, and the next one was hour and 41.
I mean, that's insane. I did not even expect them to be finishing that quick today. And this is a hard course. That's the thing is, I mean, obviously these guys are well seasoned and everything, but a super hard course out here.
I was blown away with Tristan's performance. Tristan did so well with that injured finger.
Trying to make out who that rider is. I think it's 219 or 2191. 2190? Is that what you're saying, Brian? 219? I don't have that number on here. Let's talk about that. We have a 13-year-old female out there racing. She's the youngest racer, I believe, that has registered for this race. But her sister is a pro, and then she's running, and the youngest went out here. And then her brother, I'm not sure how old her brother is, but he's in the pro class too, I believe. So this Albrecht family, yes, it is. Their dad's really good too. All right, this guy, you can see him. He's shaking off his hands here. That's a 488. You got that arm pump and everything that goes on, and holding on to that motorcycle's got to be not fun whenever it is almost to the end of the race. But let's see if I can find out who that rider is. And then we got a cluster going on here. We have 1, 2, 3, 6 riders right there, all clustered up. 2 of them trying to make their way up. Wow, super tough race. And that is the 219 right there, getting ready to go through there. And the other thing too is there's not a different course for the kids. They're all on the same course. So Brian, I'm going to let you have your seat back here in just a second, but you know these riders more than I do, obviously, and I've not seen 219, but you're thinking that is one of our female racers out there. But what are your thoughts on this race course that they're on right now?
Well, with the lap 1 and lap 2 that they had to go through, I like the way that they build that up so that there's not a lot of there's less chance for bottlenecks on the first lap than there are for the second lap. But as we can see in this section here, we were talking about earlier being kind of that switchback, one of the switchback sections. I like the fact that it gets this technical. And we're going to see a lot more of these types of sections tomorrow during the longer course. They've got 6 hours to try to get through all 4 of the laps. So today is that qualifier event. The technicality is not extremely high. There are levels like this, which I do believe are very technical. So when we say not very high, it's just that it doesn't spread out the entirety of the course,
right?
Technically. But so they're kind of like getting to this section, it's tough, and then they've got to get to another one of those. But tomorrow the technicality is going to be extremely high. There's going to be a lot more technical sections like what we're seeing there, where it's very silty, it's very loose, and so when they lose the momentum that we were talking about, it's just a free-for-all of trying to get that bike going again to the top.
I know, seeing it on the start today, like once they lost that momentum, it was like they were just trying to figure out where they're going to put their foot down so they don't completely fall over. I mean, once you lose that momentum on that kind of uphill battle, I mean, it's tough. Again, I give all these ladies and these gentlemen that are out there racing total props because it's one of those things to where it's like, I don't know. Again, like I said earlier, I could never do it. So I have somebody saying that 219 is a 15-year-old Graham Kobach is who has chimed in. Thanks for that. I was trying to see if it was 2190 or not, but 2190 is that name. So here we have
2190. Yeah, that's why we were missing that. There was a 0 probably hidden, under the armpit a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah. So we have our little drivers list here in numerical order. But did you listen to the pre-show that Miles and Dave and all of the crew did?
Oh, I didn't get a chance to listen to it. No.
Did you know about the like basically one wheel racing?
So Miles told me a little bit about what's going to happen, and then I've seen that right there, and that's what reminded me of it. There's going to be at least one fatality.
Oh, no, I hope not.
I don't want that, but what is happening?
I'm wondering if he's one of the racers. Are you one of the racers?
Hell yeah. Yeah,
That's
so those
so
things
fun.
are crazy. It's going to be absolutely insane. And I remember when, mountain boarding got big. So this might have been 15 years ago. Like snowboarding by that point, was already kind of taken off. But what they were trying to do was take that to like a large skateboard for mountain boarding. Oh man, dude, people, I don't really think there were a ton of fatalities, but there were a lot of injuries.
Yeah, that's not good. I'm sorry, I'm pointing at this guy's helmet right here. It's a disco ball helmet.
Disco helmet, disco head. I like it.
Hammers is so fun because you see fun stuff like that, and the nightlife here is a lot of fun too.
Yes.
But we let's see here. We have one of our Class 11 racers chiming in here too as well. That's going to be coming on out here. May Motorsports out of South Carolina. Be heading this way. We're just giving a shout out to all of us here. But I can't wait. That right there, if you can hear it in the background, that's one of our 4400 cars that just went by. That's one of our 4400 cars.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Miles is over here saying that's a real race car.
Somebody needs to take me for a ride in one of those.
I'm sure you could maybe find one. I don't know. I don't get it.
I don't want to have to pay for the gas bill though.
No, they get like 3 miles to a gallon,
Yeah,
and it's race
exactly.
fuel.
Yeah.
I mean, when somebody told me the price of a barrel of fuel one time, I'm like, oh my lord, like, ugh, I wouldn't want that.
Right.
Especially at 3 miles per gallon.
Hey Caleb, is there a way I can hear her in here? I can't hear her.
I'm gonna switch microphones and give you yours back until Chris comes back.
I like what we're seeing right now on screen. We got a couple guys racing each other, and one of them, it looked like, unfortunately went down right there in the ditch, but it's because they were pushing each other, and probably they're on the end of their second lap, so they kind of knew, oh, man, like, we're going to give her, and we're coming in. They might have been in the same class or just racers, but now we got two racers dropping into a different part of the course.
And that is the 2190 that we're seeing, that we were just talking about, and I'm not sure who it is behind, but 414. I've heard that number quite a few times today. Let me get that number up here. See who that 414 is. Do you have that? No, Ian Sullivan in the A class is who we were just seeing as well. Oh, and this one, look, he's walking his bike down that hill. I wonder, oh, that's the adventure bike.
All right. Check it out.
What is it, the momentum of gravity, or what is that saying whenever gravity, like, helps you?
I'm just going to say that gravity's always going to win.
There you go. I mean, like we're saying, he's on that adventure bike, so it's super heavy. And he's going into some gnarly rocks that we see. I'm not sure. Okay, so we have the YB tracking, where if you're at home and you don't know about this, we have not mentioned this to you yet, you can go on the YB tracking and actually track the riders on race course, and you can pick and choose if you have a certain number that you're following. But if it had our names of all of the areas that they're going through, instead of saying, oh, going through the rocks or going through that, it'd be kind of cool to know exactly where they're at on course.
Yeah, on the YB tracking, there's a couple different sections that are put in there, so we can see like lap 2 start, or we could see like back door, or we could see some of the rock and roll, things like that, but they're just a little bit more spread out, and they're marked more for what happens with the hammers versus motos, so like resolution, then we've got ridge run, checkpoints. So I think it would be good if we had a little bit more toolbox single track. I like that. A little bit more moto-specific things so that we could definitely have a little bit more call out there. But I think, let's see. Did you figure out the number? Let's get the number off the adventure bike. I can find him on Y, and then we can watch and see where he's at there. We were talking about it. Rating. Okay, 2909 rating.
Okay, so 2909. Okay, perfect.
Let's see where he is at. It says technically he's still on lap 1, which would make sense. It is an adventure bike, and he is on an adventure.
He is definitely on it. I'm wondering if he's second questioning himself, like if he should have actually done that or not.
I'm questioning it for him.
Me
if
too.
Nothing else.
I think a lot of people did. I mean, I don't, like I said, I'm not a huge know everything about motos, but that's something I don't think I would ever want to even try to attempt. The thing would smash me anyways. I couldn't even probably pick it up.
Right? They are heavy when they fall over. They're not meant to be
they're not meant to be a king of the motos style bike. Yeah, my husband
there is
has
one. So this really kind of this hard enduro adventure bike thing started because of Paul Terrace. So he is a big kind of Instagram, YouTube dude, but he has a trials background. Like he's a great hard enduro rider in and of itself. But what he started doing was putting out a bunch of content of him on his Tenere 700 and different adventure bikes. And so because of that, people saw the challenge. Like they're like, look at what he is doing on this. This is insane. That bike is literally not meant to do that, and he's figuring it out. So again, people that want to be challenged are going to find that challenge, and others have found it. And so not only have they gone to Romaniacs and done events like this, they've signed up for Erzbergs and stuff. And so now we're seeing it here too. At King of the Motos, we're seeing guys come out on some of these adventure bikes to give it a go. It's pretty crazy. It's not a challenge I think I would look for, but that's okay. Someone else is, and they found it, and they went for it.
Well, he has one more day of racing, and we'll see where he finishes. But, I mean, if he finishes, because that's a heavy bike, and that's got to be hard on the body. Like, I wonder if he actually went and trained with his adventure bike or not in this kind of stuff. I mean, he had to. You would hope so, yes.
And that's, yeah, it's like the training that has to happen for hard enduro is so interesting because it covers so many different bases. It's not just can you ride your bike extremely fast. There's so much technicality that goes into it, and that's why we saw riders like in the pro class, James Flynn, going to Canada to ride with Tristan Hart on trials bikes as much as possible to get that much more bike control underneath them, because there's so much more slow technical riding that has to happen when it comes to hard enduro that a trials bike is a great way to carry that bike control over. But then at the same time, you need to have endurance. You need to be able to have the longevity. So going out and doing a 30-minute moto on, maybe it doesn't need to be a motocross track, but even if you have a piece of single track, a grass track, a motocross track, if you've got access for 30 minutes to get that endurance, another great way to do it. And they've also been incorporating a lot of off-the-bike stuff, but we've seen that grow a lot in all forms of racing, really, where everybody's realized that we can be, even in golf, like being like treating your body as the athlete that you need to treat it is just going to allow you to be better at your sport. And so we're seeing that translate into a lot more sports, and I would say the same for hard enduro. I was trying to see if there was anything off the bike that they did that they felt really translated to hard enduro more than anything else. And a lot of them did say trials riding. So, again, not off the bike, but it's off the normal big bike and on the trials bike. So,
awesome. Yeah, that's true. I guess. I mean, it's still crazy to me. But, Chris, I'm going to actually give you your seat back. Let you guys sit here and chit-chat. You guys, we only have, it's 1:35.
Yep. 25 more minutes until everything's closed for these guys.
Exactly. We did, the checkpoints do close at certain times, too.
Yep. So right now, because there's less than 30 minutes left, all the checkpoints are closed. So if they didn't make it to that, the riders that needed to make it to the checkpoint by 1:30, they are now, their race is over, so they'll be making their way back. And so anybody that is on course right now has made it through that last checkpoint, checkpoint 4, and working their way to the finish of what we hope is their second lap.
Exactly. Exactly, right? All right, well, you guys, I'm going to let you guys chit-chat back and forth again, and I'm going to go over here and listen to you.
We're going to keep it up.
All right.
So I pulled up the AVET 30 Plus just to see now that we've been a couple more hours into this, and we do have, looks like about 9 finishers there so far of both laps. So Nick Hatcher, and then we see Chris Reisner there in second, Tyler Porras in third, Josh Pregan in fourth, Ole Beckevaer in fifth, Spencer DeBuff in sixth, Justin Nichols in seventh, Dustin Van Vott in 8th, and then Nate Vanderbilt there in 9th. So again, that is our AVET 30. And just to give you guys a time frame, so Nick Hatcher winning that class unofficially right now, his total time was 2 hours and 18 minutes, but then you go down to 9, Nate Vanderbilt, it was 3 hours and 5 minutes. So he was almost a whole 50 minutes slower than the one that won that class. So it's quite a disparity in that. And then of those that came through on their lap 1, it looks like we had so we've got about 4 or 5 more racers out there. So there's a lot going on for these VET 30. And there's a VET 40 class. They call it the senior class, Chris. And they got a couple finishers there as well. So it looks like Joshua Rimple there. Josh Rimple from Enduro Method currently they're first in 2 hours and 20 minutes. And then Kellen Kiera in 2:45. Let's see, Steve Schumann there in third. J.J. Bergen in fourth. And then our next finisher, Adam Trapp there finished. So we've got the 5 riders finished up with their laps there in the senior 40 class. Great job, Josh from Enduro Method. Figuring that out. So Enduro Method got started because Josh wanted to create a training program for hard enduro and enduro racers. So if you were to go to enduromethod.com, you'll be able to get access, if you sign up, of course, to training programs. So they have monthly training programs that break it down day to day, so that by day to day, week to week, month to month, you know what you're working on off the bike and on the bike to become a better enduro racer. So check that out, Enduro Method. It's cool to see Joshua putting a method into his madness and getting to first place there in the qualifier in the senior 40 class.
Well, in the senior 40 plus B amateur class, we have Billy Robertson leading the parade there on the 1101, followed by George Mayer, George on an 1811, and Joseph Sabala is our third place on the 1666. So that's our top 3 riders in our 40 plus B class. And they all are on lap number 2, by the way. 50 plus A, Kevin Dwyer. Kevin Denver. 296 or 298. 298. Daryl Colton in second, number 282. And Matthew Gard, number 44, in that third space. All doing lap number 2 as well. So we're coming down to the wire here, finishing, and we're going to start closing out some checkpoints pretty quick.
Looks like we got a rider working on a bike. There, that's obviously a very close shot. We got Ryan Warren. So got the tool bag out, working on the motorcycle. Potentially a dropped chain. It's tough to see from this position. Just kind of came up on screen, but definitely this is part of it, man, with so many rocks and so many issues. They might have just been finishing, fixing up, getting their bike going again. That is certainly part of it, and that's why a lot of them do carry a tool pack with them. So if they have any kind of mechanicals on course, I've noticed as well a lot of the pros actually have extra parts. So they'll put shifters, they'll put levers, they'll put things like that. They have hidden electric start buttons on different parts, so that way in case their main electric start button, in Cody's case, it's his leg, so hopefully he doesn't break a leg. But that way in case they were to crash and they were to break one of their buttons, that they could then have a hidden kind of backup button as well.
You know, it's so funny, Brian, the motorcycles nowadays, back in the day I had one wire coming out of the ignition. That went to the kill button. Nowadays you got rectifiers, you have a computer system, you have a computer system controlling all the way over to the ejection system as well, all computer programming through the motorcycle. But here's the interesting part about that. A lot of these motorcycles right now, you can remap them just from your phone. You program into your motorcycle with your phone. You can remap the motorcycle both with the hard hits in the low or the upper RPMs on top of that, and it could change out with the ignition just from your phone.
Yeah, that rider we were looking at was 1691, Ryan Warren there in the B senior class. That looked like he was giving his bike some of the work. And that's what's so interesting, too. It's that a lot of work that needed to be done on those two-strokes, we had to hone into the cylinders or things of that nature. And now, to your point, you just connect to the ECU, using the computer, change the map, right, of the where and when and why the bike is electronically being told to work, and you can adjust all aspects without even need to get in the motor.
And the electronic fuel injection on top of that, a lot of the motorcycles only burn about half the amount of fuel that they used to burn with regular carburetor.
So the whole shot challenge practice is going to start at 2 o'clock. Reminder, so we've got autographs happening up here at 2 p.m. for all of our King of the Motos pros. And then we're going to have the whole shot challenge, which is going to be right around the corner to be able to watch. So practice is starting at 2. Sign up for that is going to close at 2:30. And then the whole shot challenge, Jeremy McGrath whole shot challenge, is going to be starting at 3 p.m. So if you're here on site, make sure you're back up here for 2 p.m. to start watching practice of that whole shot challenge. Make sure you get some autographs from some of our professional hard enduro racers, and then hang out for what it will be the whole shot challenge that starts at 3 p.m.
We are going to have some autograph signing sessions here right in front of the right in front of our stage coming up here in about 15 minutes. So we're looking at 2 o'clock. Come on down. We need our pro riders. Come on down and join us over here at the stage. And we'd like to invite each and every one of you here at Hammertown. Come and join us. Get your autograph from your favorite pro rider. Coming here in about 15 minutes in front of the stage.
The rider we see on screen right now, he is collecting himself, as we like to say. He kind of got to that spot and realized he's going to need some momentum, so he took a spot in the flat spot so that he could take a couple breaths. Made it nice and easy up that, but let's see how it goes for him as he continues onward. But that's the thing. Look, okay, nope, don't need to stop. He is sitting down a lot and keeping that weight on the rear wheel, which it'd be nice to have that weight a little bit more forward He's not carrying very much speed, so he's going to choose the dog paddle his way up. So let's see how it goes for him getting to the crest. But honestly, look at that shot right there, just coming up over the dry lake bed.
Actually, he did pretty good on that.
That's pretty cool. I love that shot for sure.
Wow. Great drone coverage here at the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
So now he's coming down this rider, this nice little piece of single track that we see, and that's that kind of riverbed gully that we were talking about before, where some of them were going high, which is probably where the GPS led. But then a lot of them realized they could just take a hard left and just head up that little riverbed.
You know, Brian, I find it really interesting, especially looking at the terrain here in Johnson Valley. Justin coming up with the idea, okay, well, I'm going to go and put a course over here. I'm going to go make a turn over there, and I'm going to do a gnarly uphill over these rocks over there and back through this gnarly sand wash it's only wide enough for a half a motorcycle. We'll see if they make it through. And he's coming up with all these ideas for his course ever since August. He puts all this thing together, puts it into GPS and sends it to BLM, and BLM says, okay, Justin, good job. Nobody's even rode across that area as far as we know, so you can have it. And they okay the list. But he puts something in like this for registering with the BLM well 6 months before we're supposed to do the event.
Well, I think when you look back to Erzberg Enduro, which is one of the traditionally first kind of hard enduros around the world, Carl's Diner is what I think told promoters and race directors, you can do whatever you want. Because in Carl's Diner, there is no train. The rocks are so big, they don't move. So in this case out here, the rocks are just big enough and just small enough that if you ride an area enough, things are going to move as a bike comes through. Like you can see there's a piece of single track here. There is a trail that has been formed over the years. If you look at Carl's Diner, there is nothing like that. They will spray paint arrows on the rocks so that people know which direction to head, and there's banners left and right. But I think that's like one of the pinnacle moments where people realize, oh my gosh, these riders, if we point them over or into anything, they will try to ride through it. And there are racers and riders that do it. And so I think that's the level that this is at, to where there is no, we're not going to send racers through this. It's just that how good are our pros, or how many amateurs do we have, and who do we need to placate towards? Are we trying to create the toughest hard enduro, or are we trying to create an event that others can also enjoy, knowing it's going to be difficult and that they want to push themselves, but it's not going to be impossible?
Well, we have a handful of riders still on course right now. Here's just to name a few of them. 1370, Jeffrey Delaney. German Aragon, number 990, I should say. Billy Robertson, number 1101. Zach Eaton, number 1805. George Meyer, number 1611. 1151 is Michael Udell. Kevin Driver, number 208. Olin Main, number 1986. Maxwell Wiggin, number 1099. You know, a bunch of riders over there at the finish line area already. So we are coming down to the wire here for the finish for our Saturday portion of the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. Brian, what you got going there, man?
I am just excited to see another here on screen. You can tell that he's looking at his navigation just a little bit, but knowing that he's kind of behind some other riders, he can kind of trust the track that he's on. And honestly, it looks like he's standing up and he's still having fun doing what he's meant to be done. There we go, Sean Raskoff. And yeah, man, this is that nice spot. Yeah, they're going to come up here and they're going to kind of hug that and then take a right around the top of this. And he's going to start making his way into Hammertown to finish out his second lap. The terrain looks awesome. Now that's one of the easier parts of the course for sure.
Now, y'all do Brian and I a big favor. For all of you here in Hammertown in front of the stage, and for all of you individuals watching our YouTube, check in on your smartphone. Let everybody know you're watching the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. And get all your family and friends to tag in on it too. We'll have some great interviews here a little bit later. And, of course, our final race of the weekend will be tomorrow, taking off at about, 9 o'clock tomorrow? 9 o'clock tomorrow start. Today was 10. Going to be a little bit longer tomorrow because we have 4 different laps. And the longest of those 2 are 12 miles. I was told 11 miles, but they measured out again and said it's right close to 12 miles for the loop.
Got a rider working their way down that nice little downhill single track into that sand wash we were talking about. I couldn't tell if that's the adventure bike or not. It's tough to see if that is. Can you tell? Are you close enough to that monitor?
Yeah, he definitely has stuff on his crown. Yeah, Brian, you get a chance to watch the Dakar this year.
I had just kind of kept up with the results. I didn't really get a chance to watch too much of it as it was happening, but definitely saw Daniel Sanders getting the win there on the moto side of things. So super cool to see that multi-time ISDE competitor. That's where I know him from. Yeah, there's the adventure bike on screen. Super cool. Look at that guy, man, having so much fun.
Nice. Yeah, I invited a handful of the guys and gals from Dakar to come and join us. Mason Klein, Ricky Brayback, Skylar Howe, Sarah Price, Max Eddy. I invited all of them to come, and might be seeing Max tomorrow because he's a car guy and he's just getting back in town. Of course, lives up here in Barstow. He took top honors in the side-by-side class. Want to thank the caterers, too, taking good care of us and all of our staff here for King of the Motos. Great food all weekend long, and just a big, huge kudos and thank you goes out to them. And
oh, man, he is just manhandling that adventure bike up and through the terrain here at King of the Motos. So cool. Nice little rocky spot there as it gets into the lower bits, and then it gets sandy. Look at him keeping that momentum. That's what he knows. He's like, do not stop this motorcycle. There we go. Gets to a nice little spot that's high, shaking out the hands, realizing there is more to go. Well, this will be fun to watch. Let's check it out.
yep, California license plate on the back of that thing. He can go and ride it home afterwards.
And maybe he rode it here.
Very well could have.
He's doing such a great job of maneuvering that motorcycle. That's so cool to see.
You know, that particular adventure bike probably weighs 20 pounds more than a regular bike.
God, if that little, you know what I mean?
Yep.
It could be more. It'll be cool to get chat with him after the fact, kind of see what bike he's on, how long he's been riding it. Did he do any, preparation on it before this, or does he do this often? Take his adventure bike on hard enduro expeditions.
You know, from yesterday to today, I took a good view of Hammertown. We've doubled in size. Population's doubled out here in just one day. And it's crazy. I'm seeing more and more of the vendors and the sponsors come rolling in here in preparation for King of the Hammers this week. And a couple of years ago, they used to have a competition going up Chocolate Thunder at nighttime. And that was always a gas. Everybody would go up there and go and watch it, and yelling and screaming and partying. We have a couple of big TV monitors out there at Chocolate Thunder. We have a couple of them out there at Backdoor. And I think we have one at Sledgehammer, don't we, Brian? We have another big screen at
I
Sledgehammer.
know we've got them at Chocolate Thunder at don't know where else they are, to be completely honest, after that.
Back door.
Yeah, Radic is doing a great job right now. That is so cool to watch him let that bike move and shake underneath him. Awesome bike control.
Okay, we need our pros to come and join us over here at the stage for our autograph signing session. Coming up here in a couple minutes, so we need all spectators want to get an autograph from your favorite rider. Come on down to the stage. We'll get these guys lined up to sign autographs and pictures and maybe your backside of your neck or under your left arm. I don't know, wherever you want them to sign. No, Brian, I'm not going to say that. You can just imagine what Brian just did, what he just showed me just a moment ago. Brian's a character, come all the way from Bonham, Texas, come to join us. And myself, I come from a place called Chino Valley, just north of Prescott, Arizona. And Pam coming from North Carolina. And so Dave Cole right here from Johnson Valley, and same thing with Justin Lineweber. And Miles Hasselquist all the way from Kansas come out here to join us. Both him and Pam, they follow up on the Ultra 4 circuit, and they go roost around all over the countryside working car races, and they'll be here all this next week for King of the Hammers.
As we get ready to close out here, the riders that we see on screen right now, Chris, have been out there for 4 hours. Maybe just a little bit under, but still at least 3 hours and 30 minutes of riding their dirt bike up and over the terrain out here.
Here's a handful of riders on their second lap, the tail end of it. We have Jeffrey Delaney, one of them, German Aragon, Jacob Goldstein, George Meyer, Michael Udell, Zachary Eaton, Jacob Stone, and Billy Robertson, all battling for that tail end of the position, getting ready to come into Hammertown for the finish line. Kevin Driver, Olin Main, and then a bunch of others are, Zach Griswold finished. Very cool. Zach Griswold, one of my Prescott Trail Rider members from Prescott. And Maxwell Wiggins, something happened to Max. He's way off course. So, yeah, birds starting to cool down a little bit now, huh? Supposed to get a little bit of wind coming from the north, so it should be pretty chilly.
Yeah, it looks like we've got quite a few riders, about 10 to 12 riders that are out of checkpoint 4, and they're making their way to the finish. So it's going to be, can they do it, right? Can they make it under that? Because that last checkpoint was closing at 2, and so from there, then they've got 30 minutes, I believe, to make it to the finish line, which we do know that from checkpoint 4, it's a little bit faster, taking them through Guacamole and some of those. So we'll see. It looks like Brandon Binford is one of the last riders to make it through. We do know that Raddick did. So that adventure bike's coming through, that's for sure.
Yep, talking about adventure bikes, man. What about all the coverage with the car? That was so cool. And, of course, Ricky Brayback, last year's champion, ended up getting 5th place. And Skylar Howe from Utah, from St. George, he ended up getting 6th place for the motorcycle portion of it. You know, like Brian was saying, Daniel Sander from Australia, what a great performance. Every single leg was stayed ahead from the first leg on. He was ahead of everybody during the course of the 2025 Dakar Rally.
Oh, I love this shot that we have right here of these riders coming up this neat little, kind of like a double track, right? It's wide enough. It looks like maybe the cars at some point in time, those 4 wheels, were going up this area, up or down, but right now we can see our riders are going up this section. It's super cool. Neat shot.
Now, good question. This rider from behind, looking at the rider ahead. Do I twist it up a little bit and try and catch him? Or do I just try to maintain my composure at this point in time? I am so tired right now.
If those are the guys behind Radek, that looks like it could be number 29. So we would have Petro Ziapskorsky, and then we got 1406 Adam Manger, and then one more that is behind a logo, Harold Harris, 1460. So we know those guys are working their way back to the finish. They are through checkpoint 4, hoping to make it there before the finish closes. Yeah, there's that 1460 we were just talking about. 1406. Harold Harris. Yep. 1460. Oh, and 1406. They're right by each other. That's why I was confused with the numbers. Very tough when 1460 and 1406 are hanging it out with each other. You can see the different tracks there too, where some riders were going a little high, some riders are going a little bit lower, making their way through the desert.
A little spectator hanging out there, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
The fire's going there, that laser nut fire. So if anybody wants to come down and check out the screen and get ready for the autographs when everybody comes up, we will be doing that right here by the fire pit at the main stage.
Yep. Yep, our pro rider's starting to come on down. Ryder LeBlanc over here. Ryder, of course, doing a good job today. Getting all warmed up for tomorrow's action. You going to go get it tomorrow? Oh, yeah. Yeah, his confidence is being built. He got 3rd place last year. And Colton Haker was involved with that mix, too. Colton was up there. Of course, Cody just coming off of a injured leg last year. A little stronger this year. Tristan Hart, of course, had some good battles with this mix, too. Great. I've talked about this a couple times. Great maneuver by Cody Webb last year as comes into the pit, the last pit, and he tricked Tristan that he was going to go to pit, and he went out instead, and he ended up winning it last year. So, great tactical maneuver by the many-time champion, Cody Webb. Of course, I got to be one of the announcers for Last Dog Standing for quite a few years. Tom White couldn't do it anymore. He come down sick before he passed away, and so I come out. I did 1 or 2 years with Tom and Dave Brocious, and then it was Dave Brocious and myself for the next handful of years. And Dave, of course, also passed away. Great wealth of knowledge, both Tom and Dave as well. And that's the thing I tell everybody. It's so important. Get to know everybody you can. Make friends with everybody, because tomorrow it's not a guaranteed thing. Tomorrow is, and just time goes on. It does not wait for no one, as the Rolling Stones would say.
Right.
We were just looking at a shot there at the finish line, and I saw the Bulletproof Designs flag flying in the wind. And we talked a lot about these bikes and a lot of the setup. And Bulletproof Designs is actually a big protection company, right? So in the sense, they do a lot of machining for different products that help protect the motorcycle. Very important hard enduro, because without those parts, without those protection parts, you are going to have a very large parts budget. So all the way from trying to protect your disc guards, right? You're going to want to protect the tabs there for your chain guide on your swing arm. A lot of times companies like SXS, they're going to have really awesome skid plates. And then, so when you're looking at those kinds of things, that's the stuff to think about. Of course, too, like Bulletproof Designs makes a very awesome CNC machined clutch cover. So as these bikes fall over in the rocks, they can just pierce and part through some of these different cast items. And so by replacing some of these cast items with a more machined aluminum piece, it's actually going to be a little bit stronger and it's going to last a little bit longer. So not only is Bulletproof Designs a great sponsor and supporter of this event, they're also a company that makes amazing protective parts for your motorcycle. So if you haven't looked into that, you want to get into hard enduro or just see if there's a better way to make sure that your dirt bike lasts a little bit longer, make sure you head and go check out Bulletproof Designs.
Gosh, Brian, you must be into advertising or something.
Well, you know, the thing is that I have unfortunately had a very large part budget one time. I didn't have a large budget. I wound up spending a lot of money. And so I realized I needed to reach out to people like Bulletproof Designs to start protecting my motorcycle better. So I'm just very appreciative of the fact of a company like that making parts that help my dirt bike function longer for my poor technical abilities.
Well, it sounds like some action's starting to happen over the whole shot area. They're making some announcements over there. We're still open up. Ryder LeBlond, our only pro rider, coming over to do autograph signing. So come on down. You might want to get an autograph from history because he is one of our young up-and-coming stars in this mix. Sponsored by Rockstar Energy Husqvarna. Of course, he was teammates with Colton Haker last year. Learned a lot from Colton, I tell you what. Colton, a wealth of knowledge and experience. Very, very strong in hard enduro and endurocross. Couple-time endurocross champion. Pretty wild stuff going on with Taddy Blazniak, huh, Brian?
What was that about Taddy Blazuziak?
Man, pretty wild stuff going on with him. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so one of the Super Enduro rounds, there was a little bit of controversy in I think it was one of the practices or open practices where he and Tim Apotle actually got into it. They're trying to figure that out. So sounds like Taddy says that the bike kind of took off out from underneath him, where others are saying they saw him twist his throttle and throw the bike into it. But whatever it is and the way that he reacted, apparently him and Stark were no longer going to race together. And so everybody put out their social media posts that said, this is my point of view, but this is how it's going to go. And in the long run, we can only make speculations from what we've seen in the few amount of clips that are out there on the internet.
Well, it's pretty wild. Stark Varg, they picked up a couple of pretty good riders over the years. Mike Sleater ended up packing up his bags, moved to Australia, and he was a KTM research and design engineer for KTM for many years, all besides being a pro rider. But Trevor Stewart jumped on board Stark Varg this year, and first official pro class win at a Grand Prix was attained by Trevor Stewart at Glen Helen during the World Veteran Championships. It was 25-plus pro class against some real heavy hitters. You know, Josh Mosman was one of them. And Trevor ended up winning and beating the whole mix. They had a full gate. They had 40 riders on that gate. So Stark Varg taking top. He got second off the start behind Josh, but ended up passing Josh, and Josh couldn't hang with him on an electric Stark Varg.
So we've got about 2 more minutes before we are going to end our live feed. So I wanted to give you guys just a reminder of our top 10 pro class for the riders the place they came in, and then the time, just so you guys have a little bit of that perspective. So in first place today, Will Reardon, and he had a time of 1:28 for 2 laps. Then after that, Tristan Hart in second. We didn't expect that. He didn't expect that, so glad to see it in 1:31. In third place, Ryder LeBlond, 1:31, so very close there to Tristan. Fourth place, Cody Webb, a 1:33. And then also Cooper Abbott with a 1:33, so he was just about 12 seconds there behind Cody Webb. Sixth place, James Flynn in a 1:38, so still very close. 2 seconds behind him, Kamada Khan, number 777 from Hawaii. In eighth place, Braxton Hintz, but a 1:39, so just about another minute. And then a couple seconds behind him in ninth, Quinn Winsel. Rounding out the top 10, Riley Bender with a 1:40 for their total time of their 2 laps. So we are going to be live again tomorrow for the official final race of the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. The race is going to start at 9 a.m. PST, so Pacific Standard Time. So we are going to start the live show around 8:50 a.m. So make sure you come back to King of the Hammers YouTube channel. Get on that live feed, get in the comments, and let's have some conversations. Let's enjoy some hard enduro as the U.S. Hard Enduro Series kicks off for 2025. Thanks for tuning in today, guys. We will see you tomorrow.
Night, night.